The following program is for adult audiences only.
Vaping is better than smoking.
It's time for the Mixin and Chillin blog.
Even if they implemented some ridiculous laws, this is something that if somebody truly wants to do this, they can still do it. But it's going to take a lot of effort on the vapors' part to actually learn what it takes to make your own stuff. I don't know what the heck happened to the last hour of my life, but it certainly wasn't streamed on YouTube like I thought it was. Restrictive policies block progress towards smoke-free world. Many people incorrectly think that very little nicotine content cigarettes are less carcinogenic than current cigarettes. This risk misperception by people who smoke could reduce motivation to quit under a nicotine reduction policy.
That's a bit of a problem. Someone who specialises in helping people kick the habit is Dr. Colin Mendelsohn. He joins me now.
Look, vaping is a far less harmful alternative to smoking for adult smokers who just can't quit, and that's actually the majority of them.
The road to quitting smoking is paved with candy. Double chocolate clear from TFA. Published in the Vaping Post, we have long-term study. Vaping increases odds of quitting heavy smoking. This is Kenny Thompson, the Vaping Heed. He's got a YouTube channel. He's been on here a lot longer than I have. I'm not going to stop until this is legal and available for everyone. You know, I cover things from all around the globe, but that's because science has no boundaries.
I mean, you know, the FDA and everything would know that vaping is safer than smoking, but they'll have the pressure off the tobacco companies or the states that are in the MnC and all that. It's just a financial thing, and unfortunately that takes precedence against everything. And
all of the things we went through. You just made my day. Just made my day. You made my day. You made my day.
Grab your juice, grab your vape. It's time to get this party started.
It's time for the Mixin and Chillin blog.
Long-term study.
vaping is safer than smoking.
Smoke-free world. Hello and welcome, everyone. Time for another episode of Mixing and Chilling with Hunky Vape and Kenny the Vaping Heed.
Hello. Hi, all.
Hope you guys are all having a wonderful, fantastic day today. I know some of us are out there a little tweaked right now because there's a hearing going on. Dr. Brian King is spouting more misinformation to the federal government. Kind of funny because, man, if you or I did that, we'd be thrown in the pokey. We'd be going to jail for knowingly lying to Congress. But he can do it anytime he wants. You just got to watch how he phrases things because he says, I believe. When it's I believe, it's your impression, it's your impersonation, it's your...
I shush.
It's your consideration of the facts.
I believe.
Not whether they're actual facts or fallacies. Ugh.
Oh, yeah.
Long story short, he's got a bunch of people upset right now because he's blatantly lying to Congress. So much misinformation is out there, and it's just like, okay, let's find the facts. And I came into the situation this week where I wanted to find the facts. During the whole COVID lockdown, I remember there was a French study that was done about nicotine patches and how it can affect COVID outcomes. And it made a bunch of hay with the advocates out there talking about how, oh, well, nicotine helps, deal with this COVID situation. And wow, wouldn't that be a shocker out there and totally change things in perspective in people's minds if people could actually see a therapeutic benefit to nicotine? First-hand experience people would end up getting of it. And then it disappeared. And I'm like, okay, well, it's a scientific study. It takes time to do that. Sometimes a year, 2, 3, 5 years, depending on what the nature of the study was. So I became friends with Grok, you know, and you see that some of the thumbnails are like really, really good because Grok helps generate some of that stuff. And then I go in and, you know, put 2 and 2 together and come up with our thumbnails for this week. Well, I broke Grok. I asked him, I'm like, where's this French study that was, you know, talked about back in COVID days when the lockdowns were starting to happen? They were going to study patches and how it affects COVID. Where's that study? I want to see what the results are. It's got to be done by now. It doesn't have a clue what I was talking about. Well, it kind of did, but it kind of didn't. And then we started playing tit for tat. I started asking questions. First off, I'm like, well, summarize my Twitter account on here. And we'll get to all this stuff in the news, but summarize who am I? I want to know how well you know me and how well, you know, what I'm doing on the platform represents what I'm trying to do. Right? Okay. It answered that question. I said, well, how well does Grok know nicotine? We know from scientific studies that 80% of doctors don't know nicotine. Does Grok know nicotine? Well, sorta.
No.
Sorta. Grok is non-biased for the most part, but like the doctor's misperceptions, it's fueled by all the misinformation. And when misinformation isn't called out as misinformation, well, then it just gets adopted as fact. So that's why we're here. Because, you know, we want to get the facts out there. And there's our retro vape for today. I think Cheryl talked about this. She said that she's got the RAM box mod, and my brain went going, oh, wait a minute, I got a RAM box mod. I never opened it up. So that's our retro vape for today. And
nice.
For you guys, I also have, this is the first time I actually have a product that was sent to me before release date. Today is the release date for the Hell Vape Dead Rabbit Mouth to Lung 2. So we're going to do an unboxing on that. See if it pairs up with this RAM box mod for our retro vape section. And we've got news, science, and advocacy. And we're going to ask Grok a bunch of questions. Can we get Grok to replace us in presenting the news? Or at least a research assistant that will gather up the news for us? Can I start going back to doing my 5-Minute Friday news wrap-up for the week? If Grok does all the research and puts all the information together and summarizes it all, well, I could throw together a 5-Minute Friday. You know, spend like 2 hours Friday, ask him the question, get the summary, and then, you know, sort it and present a 5-Minute Friday news report. That would be pretty cool. Use the power of AI. That's what we're going to do today. And we'll see if it's going to break again like it did earlier this week when I asked it some questions. And then it gave some answers that I didn't like. So I gave him science that contradicted what his answers were. And Grok was like, oh, I'm sorry. It appears that my information was inaccurate or incomplete. And now after seeing this science, well, this is my new opinion on nicotine. I'm like, is nicotine addictive? Oh, yes. Nicotine is the most addictive thing on a substance on a planet Earth. Really? How about all these scientific studies that were done using nicotine patches? Did anybody in these studies get addicted to nicotine because they were a guinea pig in a study that evaluated patches on Parkinson's or ulcerative colitis or any of these other things? No, nobody did. So you don't need a scientific study to show that it's not addictive, equally addictive. It varies based upon how it's consumed. So we broke Grok. It had to change its opinion. So we're going to go back today and ask it, is nicotine addictive? Because I want to know if it actually learned something, or was it just, you know, programmed to apologize and then amend its answer based upon the new facts and data you presented. And then it gets forgotten and lost by the wayside again for the next schmuck that comes along and asks us the same question. Because I was also kind of shocked to find out GROK doesn't actually evaluate external sources. So if I give it a source for an actual scientific study, because that was one of the things I asked it, I'm like, hey man, I never saw this study before. I don't want to sit here and read 72 pages. Could you summarize it for me? Its answer will always be based upon, well, this is what the Twitter users are talking about, and this is what the summary is that I can extrapolate from their conversations. What? You're not very useful if you don't actually look at what I told you to look at. Well, we need to make sure that we don't get corrupted knowledge and information. Since when is the NIH website corrupted? Huh? You can't whitelist that website? Any scientific studies that have been done by the government, you can't trust it? Well, I don't, but why can't you? You're AI.
There's an idea. You could try it on other platforms, couldn't you? You've got like Gemini now with Google. You could do the same with that, couldn't you?
Yeah, that was funny because I actually pitted them against each other. Because when I asked it that question about whether nicotine is addictive or whether, these other substances that this one scientific study said is why nicotine's addictive, it isn't the nicotine by itself, because the scientific studies keep saying the same thing. Nicotine by itself will not addict the patients and the outcomes of these studies. So what is it that makes it so addictive? And there's some compounds that we have. Well, we'll get all to that in the news. But it's been a crazy week, man. I don't know if you guys happen to notice, but I went on Bic, has a show on Sundays. It's Vape Rendezvous. Kenny was invited as well, but he was working. He was driving bus. But you guys can catch that. I'll put a link to the actual episode later on. He wanted me to stream it on my channel too, and I'm like, no, man, let them go to your channel and watch it. I posted it on Twitter when, the actual link before we went live. What's going on with you, Kenny?
I'm just looking at this GROK now. It's not even acknowledging my question. It's just froze.
Ooh.
It's just I put is nicotine addictive, and I put and it's just not doing anything.
Really?
Yeah. I'll try and redo it again. Oh.
Yeah, so it's been a very busy week for myself here. We decided my wife's been cleaning up the yard and stuff because we're talking about maybe moving back to Ohio. And I had these 2 used cars here, so it's like the episode in Blues Brothers, in the movie where Jake gets out of jail and asks him, he's like, where's the Bluesmobile? I traded it for a microphone.
Yeah.
So I traded my 2 used cars for the money to pay off these microphones.
Hey.
I guess it's worth it.
If they're just going to be sitting out there rusting, mate, it's time to get rid.
Oh, the one definitely, no question, the vans. We got rid of the vans. I had 3 of them at one point. We totaled the one because we rear-ended somebody, whatever, insurance write-off. I'm like, so I kept that one. There's spare parts for the other 2, but I don't have the vans anymore. We got rid of them. So definitely don't need that. So that was a no-brainer. But the Escape was one that's just like, I got the parts for it. It's just, I'm not mechanically inclined enough to do it in my driveway anymore because I'm not a young kid anymore and I'm not skinny and crawling underneath this thing. And
yeah,
just, I had to face the brutal reality. It was time for it to go too. So.
Well, there you go.
We got rid of that and we got rid of the camper. Because this wonderful economic inflation that we have, it costs an extra 10 grand to live in the same lifestyle you had before. Can't afford $3,000 for a campground that we really don't have much time to go to. It's not worth for 2 weekends a year to go camping, spend $3,000. I can go on a week-long cruise for $3,000.
So, you went one bet in the Blues Brothers. You traded 2 vehicles or 2 microphones.
Yes. I guess I outdid the Blues Brothers. Yeah. Traded 2 vehicles, paid off 2 microphones. Wife sold the camper Sunday. It's gone. So tomorrow I need to drive up there to pick up our cooktop and our grill and our kitchenware and our griddle, our ladder, all the stuff that she couldn't bring home Sunday in her car.
Yeah.
Got to go up with the truck tomorrow
It's
and
a
get
shame.
all that stuff.
It's a shame, innit? But
it is in one way, but
like most.
After experiencing what it was like to go on a week-long Caribbean cruise, it's like, I definitely want to do that again. Now the wife's even talking about maybe taking a trip to New Orleans in February, right before Mardi Gras.
You've got the bug. That's what's the matter.
Al Ben, hello and welcome.
You've got the
Listen,
bug,
the kids
mate.
are grown and gone. There's no reason for us not to be able to indulge once in a while and then take a little trip and knock a couple things off of our bucket list. We both wanted to go and experience Mardi Gras. But, arranging schedules and whatnot. And my understanding is Mardi Gras is actually celebrated for like 2 or 3 weeks before Mardi Gras Parade Day. So, a lot of possibilities up in the air now.
No, but if you did ever want to go back out camping again, surely you can stop in a lodge or rent somewhere to stop. It's not the end of the world for it, is it really?
No, it isn't. Matter of fact, a lot of the campgrounds nowadays have actual little cabins you can rent for the weekend if you really got an itch to go camping or whatever. So
nice little lot. That would be just me lovely. A nice rented log cabin on a lake. Sorted.
Yeah. It doesn't even need to be
Love
fancy. I mean, the whole idea of camping is, to do a little rustic cooking outside, over the campfire and sit there around the campfire at night and drink. But now that the laws have changed here in town, we can do that in our backyard. That's one of the main reason we went camping in the first place. You weren't allowed to have a fire unless you were cooking over it. And even then, they would question if you were cooking or whether you were just saying you were cooking.
Yeah.
We got a new mayor, and they're like, no. People get to do what they want to do in their own property.
You see that cremated piece of corn on the barbecue? We're cooking it.
Yeah, and have you ever seen my wife eat a hot dog when she cooks it when we're camping? You can't argue that, it's too charred to be eaten. No, that's the way she likes her hot dogs.
Oh, yeah?
80% char on the outside. You might see 20% that's actually still relatively, recognizable as a hot dog.
That's the whole point of a barbecue. You slightly char your food that's on it. That's the point.
Yeah, and it's not safe for you. That's where all the carcinogens are. The Maillard reaction.
You see? You're too scientific. Fucking live a little, man, you dafty. Fucking hell.
Listen, facts are facts. Doesn't mean I'm not going to indulge in that. Everybody loves a good cooked steak.
You to dinner.
Charred on the outside, medium on the inside.
I wouldn't like to take you to dinner. Oh, sorry, Alex, I've just overcooked this sausage a bit. It's a little bit black. No, it's full of carcinogenics. I ain't not fucking eating that.
I'll still eat it. I'll still eat it. I just want people to be aware of the facts, and then people should have the freedom to choose what they want. It's that simple.
Well, it boils down to it. Freedom of choice.
Exactly. Fundamental human rights. You can choose to do whatever you want. Not have an issue with it. Nobody should have an issue with it. How you like this new thing? UK, age 11 to 7, smoking and nicotine vaping. Amazing what happens when you chart that on a full range graph. How ridiculous they sound. Oh, it's an epidemic. Where? Where's this epidemic you keep talking about? You're full of shit.
Exactly. I think I was reading might have been UK Beer on Twitch. I think it was a thing on that, and they were saying the youth vaping is actually dropping at this moment in time. Well, they're getting bored with it, you see. They're going to move on.
Exactly. It was a fad.
It's a
fad that also killed cigarette smoking in the youth. They are down to like less than 1%. And I even asked, Dr. Charles Gardner on a Twitter tweet. I'm like, listen, this latest study that came out, latest data from the National Youth Tobacco Survey came out. It's like 1.9% now. So at what point does that 1.9% actually lose its classification as real data and gets looked at as in, is this survey questions even accurate enough to come up with that 1.9%? How many of them are answering truthfully when they fill out the survey? You would think that more than 1.9% of kids bullshit their way through these surveys. I find it hard to believe that 100% of all the kids asked answered 100% truthfully and hid nothing from the survey.
I watched a good thing, but I can't remember where it was now. I was looking for it. I was just trawling through like videos, right? And it's going back to the news where it's a little bit off topic with it, but it was going back to the news where the deputy leader, I can't remember her name off the top of my head, was being asked to define Islamophobia, but she couldn't give them a straight answer, right? So this guy was like commentating, he turned around and says, you know when the Labour Party was full of anti-Semitism? That's very similar to Islamophobia. That was just absolutely great. It was just
realistically,
it was fantastic.
Everything that we know and understand comes in relative terms. You have to have something comparable for you to understand its depth. Kind of like this whole argument about vaping is 95% safer than smoking. Nobody ever claimed that it's not harmful. We already know that, cigarettes are 99 point, speaking of which, I came across a video today and I was playing it when Kenny logged on today and he was just laughing at me. He's like, boy, you got fired up today. What's that? I'm like, I just found this today. And it goes in line with everything we're talking about. So now I have to add it to the news. So the news is going to be another 10 minutes longer than it's going to be already, which is already going to be long because some of the stuff we're talking about here is like 3, 4, 5 hours long. It's been summed down into just a couple minutes. Anyway, I guess it's time for us to stop beating around the bush and get into the news. What do you say?
Let's get to it.
Alrighty, so here we go. Let's start off and have a basis of comparison. Once again, my Tobacco Independence Day was September 27th, 2019. Since then, since I quit smoking, 31,285,815 people have died from continuing their habit of cigarette combustion. 0 have died from nicotine vaping.
Look at that little young man on there. Look at how young he is. Doesn't that a blast for the past? How young he is on there, little boy.
This is the only video on my entire list of 300 some videos that we've done, besides the news, that was scripted. I sat down, I wrote my story out ahead of time and cut a bunch of stuff and filled in little details that I thought were appropriate, and had a text file in front of me that I was reading off when I read my story. Because I figured, you know what? Everybody always goes back and checks your first video, so I wanted the first one to at least be somewhat respectable. And then you got people like this. The truth about vaping. The truth? You're going to tell me the whole unadulterated truth, based on scientific studies that can corroborate everything you say, right? That's what you're going to do. Sean Lynch, hello and welcome. My apologies for not seeing you Sunday in the chat. Anyway, the truth about vaping. Show me the corroborated, holistic truth about vaping.
In the world's biggest medical experiment without even realizing it. Trials.
First sentence. You're not doing too good. We are partaking in the world's biggest scientific experiment without even realizing it. Is there a grain of truth in there? Sure. Because vaping's only been around for like 20 years. So we don't know what the effects of it going to be 50 years down the road. Then again, I probably won't be around 50 years. I don't see myself lasting longer than 100 years. Do you, Kenny?
Hell no. Hell no.
For new drugs take years, and the scientists running them are constrained by masses of red tape and regulation. But this experiment isn't being regulated by anyone, and the number...
What? Do you have regulations about vaping in your country, Kenny?
Apparently so.
I know the European Union has regulations about vaping. I know the United States FDA thinks that they have effective regulations on vaping. Right? So that's a false statement. There's no regulations protecting us from vaping. None. Doesn't exist.
Okay, radio.
Lie.
Okay.
And we're only 17 seconds into your video, doctor. Which, by the way, I had to point out, Google was so kind to let us know that this is a licensed doctor in the UK. Really? You do that for all licensed doctors? Identify that they're a licensed doctor in the actual country that they produced the video? I don't think so. Tipping the scale once again.
Number of people involved is rising all the time. This is not the backdrop of some dystopian movie, it's the reality in many countries in 2024. I'm talking about the epidemic of vaping.
And new research is shedding light on the health risks of e-cigarettes. The people who...
Epidemic of vaping, Kenny.
Epidemic. Ooh.
It's an epidemic.
Scary.
Well, if it's a beneficial thing, why are you calling it an epidemic? And what qualifies as an epidemic? That's not what the medicinal definition of an epidemic is. Epidemiologists don't call it an epidemic.
who vape are exposed to more than 200 chemicals. Officials say a student...
200 chemicals versus how many chemicals are in a lit cigarette? 7,000?
Yeah.
Over 7,000? Yeah. But 200, 200 is horrible. How many's in your box prepared meal that you're going to make tonight for dinner? How many chemicals are in there that haven't been scientifically tested?
Was suddenly sickened after vaping.
They can all...
After vaping what? Oh, black market tainted THC carts. That's right.
They
You left
didn't
that part
actually
out.
Tell you what the.
Also result in seizures, throat irritation, and nausea, as well as damage to the lungs.
Supporters of vaping say it's helping people stop smoking and is
Yeah?
much less harmful than smoking cigarettes. But is it
Yeah, it is. We can tell you firsthand.
actually true or
Oh, here we go. He doesn't agree with it. It's not actually true in his mind.
based on any real data? To find out the truth about
Oh, you want data. So you're going to show links in your description to all the data. Okay, let's take a look at your data. What do you have here? This is going to be excellent because you did list some things. We have a mice spatial memory study. We have effects on reproductive health study. Right. Well, we can easily tear those ones apart. We have the Australian Systematic Review. You know who did that one, don't you? It's got to be that whole Emily Banks cohort. Yeah, okay.
about vaping, we actually need to go back in time to when everything was in black and white, food was just a little bit more boring, and cigarettes were healthy.
Okay, so we're talking about vaping, right? In advertisements. So we're talking about vaping. How much of this video do you think he dedicated to talking about smoking cigarettes instead of the truth about vaping?
Mm-hmm.
Come up with a guess, just a random guess.
Probably about 2 minutes.
So here we have a 13-minute video. Smoking. 3 minutes so far.
One of their posts. 35% of respondents to this survey, and by the way, they don't tell us how many people that is, would be less likely to quit smoking if vape flavors were banned. So presumably 65% wouldn't. It's not surprising.
Notice he didn't talk. He talked about a study that said 35% of people would be less likely to try and quit vaping or try to quit smoking with vaping if flavors were banned and all they had was tobacco. Well, you and I both know that when you first quit, tobacco is what you naturally assumed would be the perfect flavor for you. But once you do vaping for more than 48 hours, you go, oh, this tastes like shit. Can I have something that tastes good?
Yeah.
Oh, you don't know enough about vaping to bring that conversation of fact up.
That tobacco giants don't want to be seen to be openly supported.
Oh, let's jump on the bandwagon of big tobacco. It's all big tobacco vapes. There's no consumer vape-driven industry that, you know, we need to talk about. That doesn't exist. It's only big tobacco vapes.
Supporting vape companies when the general public, particularly young consumers, don't trust tobacco companies. Research from the US shows that when young people didn't know that vapes...
Oh, so now he's still talking about tobacco companies and how they're trying to hide the fact that they're the ones making all the vapes.
Okay.
Big Tobacco made my Vandy Vape Jackaroo?
I think not.
Can you tell me which big tobacco company made my Vandy Vape Jackaroo? Huh? Or maybe my Smock Tank and the Hell Vape? Dead Rabbit?
China.
Oh, yeah, that's right. China Tobacco. Technically, China Tobacco owns all those now. But they didn't when I bought it. Let's get into a political discussion, not a factual discussion. So now what are we going to talk about?
Met in London for a 2-day workshop. So far, so ordinary. Little could they have known that what would come out of that meeting would fuel angry Reddit arguments and dodgy claims on social media posts for the next 10 years.
Oh, they're talking about the 95% safer, claim, which actually is not what they decided. They said that it cannot exceed 5% the harms of smoking. Because when they did the calculations, they came up with, at maximum level, 4%, give or take 0.5%. So it cannot exceed 5% the harms of vaping is where that came from. And everybody's like, oh, no, we don't need to present it as 5% the harms. We need to present it as 95% safer. Which doesn't always translate exactly like that. If you know anything about math.
Their objective was to quantify the risk to human health from a number of tobacco-containing and non-tobacco-containing products. Sounds good, right? How do you suppose they decide how dangerous these products were? Test the individual ingredients in a lab for cancer-causing potential, see what effect they had on living cells? Not quite. The panel identified 12 different products and defined 14 different harms those products could pose, such as a direct threat to human life, dependence, and various others. They then calculated an overall score out of 100 for each product, where 100 was the most dangerous and 0 represented no harm. Cigarettes scored 99.6, no surprise there. E-cigarettes, in contrast, scored a mere 4. This is clearly where the 95% less harmful figure comes from. After this study was published in 2014, it got picked up by Public Health England in a report they published in 2015, which has been quoted by pro-vaping activists ever since. Interestingly, the 2014 study identified nicotine replacement therapies as being the least dangerous product considered, less dangerous than e-cigarettes, although the Public Health England report didn't emphasize this finding as much as they did the one about vapes.
Okay, fantastic. You gave us a wonderful summary that is 100% accurate about this meeting that they had back in 2014. That's 10 fucking years ago, okay? And you gave us a summary of what they decided and what they came on, and now you're going to elaborate on the whole blown out of proportion ideology. Like, we live in some vacuum, and we haven't had... I don't know, multiple studies from Public Health England, multiple reports on updates on what they've come to find and learn in the last 10 years? Do you cover any of those in your little Truth About Vaping video? No. Why would you? Because it would completely obliterate your statements. In 10 years, we've had multiple reports from not just Public Health England, but also from the entire scientific community that's been paid buku bucks for thousands upon thousands upon thousands of studies to find the most minuscule possible harm from vaping and plastered in the news report in the worst possible way. Right? Mm-hmm. And this whole time that this has been going on, there have been people that are still vaping. And they're not keeling over. Matter of fact, their doctors and cardiologists are all pissed off at them because they don't need to see them anymore because their health got better. Even people that had chronic diagnoses for COPD only go in once a year for a checkup and say, I'm feeling good, doc. You still vaping? Mm-hmm. Yeah. I don't smoke cigarettes anymore. I feel way better. All right. Keep doing what you're doing. See you next year. Sure you don't have any problems? You don't need an albuterol or something? No, you did. You took my blood pressure. You took my heart rate. You ran an x-ray on me. How's my lungs look? Like you never smoked a cigarette? Okay, thanks, Doc. I'll see you next year. What a tosser. I'm not even going to go to the rest of this thing. I'm not even going to go and cover the rest of this. This is utterly ridiculous. Come on. Copy. Control-C. I pushed the right button. Control-V.
Sometimes you wonder what's more funny, the video or him on a rant. It's funny.
If I was 30 years younger, man, I'd be able to remember the actual citations for all these little studies that I've read already and be able to point them out individually for every single sentence that he says. And there's one that controverts this statement. Here's one that, tells you you're full of shit in this statement. Oh, but there's no studies. We're living in an experiment. Nobody knows. Well, yeah, nobody knows what it's going to be like in 50 years, but we do have enough science and we do have enough data that we can, I don't know, kind of forecast things. It's kind of like the weather. Yeah, you don't know if there's going to be a tornado this week in 10 years, but you can give me a rough idea of how many tornadoes we're going to see between now and 10 years from now, because it happens on a regular basis. So you can forecast things based on a certain amount of data. So it's curious to see why he doesn't acknowledge any of that. Does happen to bring up Campaign for Tobacco-Free Kids and their data and their statements. Wonder if they paid him to make this video. We don't know that. We don't know that. Why would he disclose his conflict of interest? Everybody knows this is my only conflict of interest. I'm a user of these products. Trying to be an informed consumer of these products, to know what my risks are so that I can make an informed decision and still choose to consume it. If I actually came across something that showed there would be definitive harm if I continue to do this for the next 20 years, I might choose to stop using them, to taper off of the nicotine. But the more study and more science I do, the more I find out it's beneficial for me at my age with my health condition to continue to use this stuff. 251 Performance, hello and welcome. But everybody needs to make their own choices, and they need to have facts to base their choices on. So my brain was trying to remember and look into what the hell happened to this research study. French researchers were supposed to test nicotine patches on coronavirus patients. I'm like, whatever happened to this? This made so much hay. Oh, yeah, this article is more than 4 years old. Do you really want to read it? Yeah, because I remember it, but I don't remember the details. So I'm back here looking at it going, a study at a major Paris hospital suggests a substance in tobacco, possibly nicotine, may be stopping patients who smoke from catching COVID-19. Clinical trials of nicotine patches are awaiting the approval of the country's health authorities. Do you remember when this first made hay? They were literally trying to squash it because pharmacies were running out of nicotine patches because people were panic buying nicotine patches to try it out. I'm not waiting for the scientific study. I'm going to put a patch on. Disappeared for a while. So what's this study? Where's this study at?
There was no conclusion or nothing, was there, as such?
So here's the study. It was linked in the article. Okay, cool. Whatever happened to it? Open peer review. It got stuck in peer review. 2 people reviewed it, and they found a fallacy in the paper. So they said, fix the fallacy, and I'll come back and actually review the rest of your paper. But I'm going to stop as soon as I find something that's not factually true. A nicotine hypothesis for COVID-19 with preventative and therapeutic implications. What part of this did they have a problem with? The first sentence. See, this is what happens when you don't actually pay attention to the details. You know, the Navy taught me, pay attention to details because details matter, right? Symptomatic COVID-19 disease as caused by SARS-CoV-2 virus is observed in 2.5% of infected individuals. And it's a cited source. So when you peer review something, you say, oh, as a cited source, let me go verify your citation.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, this 2.5% of infected individuals were displaying, in this other paper, says that they were displaying a fever in the first 48 hours. So it's not actually representing what your statement and your sentence represents. This was just like the opening salvo into the paper. Like, hey, man, There's only 2.5% of the individuals that are infected with it that we can actually recognize because they have symptoms of it. And their definition in the other paper of symptoms was a fever. But 48 hours after that, 100% or like 96% of them had a fever. So this sentence needs to be deleted from the thing. And if you would delete just that sentence, the rest of the paper still has valid merit. But peer review wouldn't let it proceed without this sentence being addressed by the authors. And they never did. So that's why it got stuck in peer review. And nothing ever happened.
Killed it. And they actually killed the whole paper with one sentence that shouldn't or didn't need to be there.
It wasn't accurate information. It was truthful.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
But in the context of, fever being recognized within 24 hours of getting COVID, 48 hours within getting COVID, it doesn't add to this paper. It's not relevant to the conversation. Just delete the sentence and move on. Never happened.
Yeah.
But that didn't change whether their hypothesis was true or not. There's been a lot of talk about that. Oh, there's a lot of talk about a lot of stuff going on lately. Animal sacrifices on the rise in Queens, with chickens, pigs being tortured in twisted rituals. What?
The hell?
The hell kind of crazy world we live in it. Anyway.
My God.
So let's use Grok too. Let's see if Grok can figure out this stuff. Let me pull up my thing so I ask it the exact same thing I asked it the last time. This is the French study evaluating nicotine patch on COVID-19. Here we go. Is this the same thing that it originally gave me? While it's working on that, let's pull that up. No, this is not the same answer.
Ah.
Okay, so here's what the original answer was that I got when I asked it this question. Based on the information available up to September 5th, 2024, there have been mentions and discussions regarding French studies or trials involving nicotine patches in the context of COVID-19. A French trial mentioned in media, research and hypothesis, anecdotal and preliminary reports on X, and scientific literature. There's mention in scientific discussions on nicotine's potential role, influenced by observations that smokers were underrepresented among hospitalized COVID patients, leading to the hypothesis and possibly to studies or trials in France and elsewhere. However, direct details of the specific French study's outcome in nicotine patches for COVID-19 treatment or prevention aren't provided in the search results or in any post on the platform. Really? Given this context, direct evidence of the specific
nicotine
study
is highly addictive.
Is not detailed.
Sorry, I was just I was doing something with Gemini again.
That's all right, mate. So, what did they say this time? Based on the information provided, there's been an interest in research into use of nicotine patches for treating COVID. Yeah, blah, blah, blah. Initial hypothesis, early observations, study on nicotine patches was mentioned where French researchers were looking to whether the patches can be used to treat or prevent severe outcomes. Randomized controlled trial. Conclusion. While there was an initial theoretical basis for thinking nicotine could be beneficial due to its effects on the inflammatory response, the clinical trial did not support the hypothesis that nicotine patches could significantly improve outcomes for critically ill COVID-19 patients on mechanical ventilation. They weren't looking to determine whether it was going to work on ventilator patients that are that sick that they're already on a vent. They were looking to see if maybe people could take it prophylactically. So you got a different answer. That's interesting. They came up with a different answer than what I originally asked. All right, so is nicotine addictive?
Fucking hell, you're getting paragraph after paragraph.
Yes, nicotine is highly addictive. It's a substance found in tobacco plants, including cigarettes, cigars, various forms of smokeless products. Here's why nicotine is addictive. Neurochemical effects, rapid delivery, tolerance, withdrawal symptoms, psychological dependence. The addictive nature of nicotine is one of the primary reasons why people find it difficult to quit tobacco products, despite knowing the health risks associated with their use. Public health initiatives often focus on both preventative nicotine initiation and helping current users to quit through various cessation programs and aids. That's interesting.
Mine's different to yours. Mine's just more at the point. I want to show you it. There you go. I've done on Gemini. And that was so basic. Her answer's so basic. Or his.
Yup.
Because yes, nicotine is highly addictive, almost letter to letter the first line. It is the chemical in tobacco products that makes them so difficult to quit. Nicotine affects the brain's reward system, leading to cravings and dependence. It is important to note that while nicotine is the primary addictive substance in tobacco products, other chemicals in cigarette smoke also contribute to addiction and health risks. That's actually quite a truthful answer, to be honest with you, if you think about it. You know what I mean?
So here's my challenging question. That is pretty interesting answer. Pretty accurate. But when you dig into the thing a little bit further and you come across a specific scientific study that corroborates the fact that nicotine by itself is not that addictive. Matter of fact, one of the first sentences in the study, and I'll show it to you later, specifically states that nicotine does not have a very good uptake because, well, when people first consume it, they don't have any tolerance to it. So it causes things like nausea and headache, and people are averse to consuming it unless they have other reasons to consume it. So they suggest in this study about pyrazines is a chemical that's been identified in it that makes nicotine addictive, especially in cigarettes, because the curing process for tobaccos creates these pyrazines. And then, unscrupulous tobacco companies could add pyrazines to it. So what are pyrazines? Let's see what GROK says this time around. Because when I asked it the first time, this is what it said. What are pyrazines and how do they get into cigarettes? Pyrazines are a class of organic compounds characterized by blah, blah, blah. We don't need the structure, the atomic structure of it. But it naturally occurs in tobacco composition. When you dry it in the curing process and fermentation and aging, it forms these pyrazines as a flavor enhancement. Health and sensory impact. Flavor and aroma. Pyrazines contribute to the sensory characteristics of tobacco smoke, which can make smoking more palatable or appealing to users, thus potentially influencing smoking behavior. So, nicotine, when consumed by itself, divorced from combustion and divorced from actual tobacco products that are cured and fermented, aren't addictive? We've been told our entire lives they're so addictive. But why is it when you look at any scientific study where somebody puts a patch on to see if, it has some health benefit that they're studying, and the study's over, none of them cry the blues about being addicted to the patch or the spray or the gum or the lozenge? If it's so addictive as cocaine and heroin and LSD, why aren't these people getting addicted when they're on these scientific studies? Nobody asks that question. There's no specific study evaluating that. Maybe because there's no money in the results of that answer? What did GROK find this time? Well, kind of the same answer as what it was. Pyrazines are an excellent example of how chemistry impacts our sensory experiences, particularly taste and smell, playing a crucial role in both natural food and flavors and in the creation of artificial flavors. But mentions nothing about how it makes nicotine addictive. GROK isn't very smart. They might have a crap ton of answers. But like your answer, when you ask Google the same question, is pyrazines addictive? Yes, pyrazines can be addictive. Isn't it amazing how Gemini comes up with a simple answer and goes, yeah, it's addictive.
Yeah. Just a simple, straightforward.
Enhances nicotine delivery. Pyrazines can help optimize nicotine delivery and dosing, because it triggers the addictive reaction in your brain that nicotine doesn't do by itself. Interesting. And you're like, why are we talking about this? This is like deep in the woods science, right? Okay, well.
Oh, it is.
Here's where it comes from. Let's go with my bookmarks. Let's go down to the show. Let's scroll down because we got a bunch of stuff to cover. But this one's been going around for a while now. I don't know if you've ever seen this.
From the beginning was the antidote to COVID-19. Antidote is how nicotine from the beginning was the antidote to COVID-19. We've all been told our whole lives it's a very hard thing to break when you've been indoctrinated and pounded 24 hours a day with a lie that nicotine is addictive. Nicotine is not addictive. In fact, all 7 large tobacco giant CEOs in 1994 were asked to come into the United States Congress and in the National Capitol building swear under oath, and I have it in my presentation at the Dr. Artist Show, swear under oath that nicotine was not addictive. And in April of 1994, all 7 of them, in a 25-second clip I show in my presentation, nicotine is not addictive, nicotine is not addictive. And then the FDA 4 months later came out and lied to the whole world and said, we don't care what the tobacco head said, nicotine is addictive, and we're going to make sure it's labeled all over every tobacco product. It has nicotine in it. We're going to make sure everybody knows to avoid tobacco and nicotine because it's an addictive substance and it causes cancer. Not only was this a cure for COVID-19.
Did you hear this? You believe this guy?
Yeah.
What? He's got a different opinion than the rest of the world? What's going on here?
In fact, it was such a cure for COVID, I show in our presentations that a hospital in Wisconsin in 2021 had a whole floor of COVID-19 current smokers who were diagnosed with COVID, put on remdesivir, put on that hospital protocol for COVID. And then when 5 of the smokers died, a medical doctor said, well, it's being reported around the world that smokers are the least likely to die from COVID. I wonder what will happen since these people are in a hospital and you're not allowed to smoke while in the hospital and they're on a vent, so they can't smoke. This doctor said, I wonder what happens if I put a nicotine patch on all of them. 100% of all of them were cured of COVID and went home in 5 days. That was in 2021. Nicotine was always the antidote. It always was the cure. This is why everybody's asking me to fly around the world and educate them on this. In Canada, Trudeau decided they were going to start banning either vaping e-cigarettes or attacking cigarettes in general and tobacco products. In fact, Canada wasn't alone. I listed nicotine was the antidote at the credits. The United Kingdom, Canada, Australia, New Zealand, and America, all in unison in the same week, said by the year 2030, we're going to make nicotine and tobacco products commercially unavailable to our citizens. We will ban these agents from those countries. And they're.
What do you think there, Kenny?
Yeah.
Alex VDJ, hello and welcome. Stephen L, hello and welcome.
But there are a few pro things out there. I mean, if you look on the, I'm just looking on the Cancer UK research page. And they're not blowing fucking sunshine up your ass if you fucking just quickly show you it. It's just like saying, you know, is vaping harmful, right? And research shows that legal. See the Huygens words, and they're not saying that research shows that e-cigarettes. They're saying that the legal e-cigarettes are far less harmful for smoking. But people who smoke legal e-cigarettes are an option to help them stop. E-cigarettes are not risk-free. We don't know their long-term effects, so children, people who have never smoked shouldn't use them. They're kind of common sense statements, and it says, right. So there's lots of people want to know the health of e-cigarettes. They're still a relatively new product, so it's too soon to know for sure. Many studies show that vaping is far less harmful than smoking. Fact. This is because e-cigarettes don't contain cancer-causing tobacco, and most of the toxic chemicals found in cigarettes are not in e-cigarettes. Another fucking pro. Some potential harmful chemicals have been found in e-cigarettes, but levels are usually low and generally far lower than tobacco cigarettes. We've discussed that before with some of the flavorings. The doses are fucking minuscule, and your body can probably absorb them and, you know, get rid of them. There is no good evidence that vaping causes cancer. Pro. Another fucking pro. You know what I mean?
Which also means that nicotine, because nicotine is in nicotine vaping, does not cause cancer.
Yep. Exactly. But e-cigarettes are not risk-free. They can cause side effects such as throat and mouth irritation, headache, cough, and feeling sick. These side effects tend to reduce over time with continued use. Yes, when you first start smoking, vaping, you cough, you're not used to it. And as it says, over time, you get used to it, and all that shit disappears. It's like everything you try that's new. Again, a fact. E-cigarettes should only be used to help stop smoking or to stop you going back to tobacco. Most cigarettes contain nicotine, which is addictive, which we do kind of agree on to an extent. If you've never smoked, you shouldn't use them. What's the benefits? Smoking causes at least 16 different types of cancer. So stopping smoking completely is the best thing you can do for your health. E-cigarettes can help people stop smoking, a more effective stop smoking tool. There's no safe level of smoking, so it's important to stop tobacco completely. Because vaping is far less harmful than smoking, your health could benefit from switching from smoking to vaping and will reduce your risk of getting cancer. Switching from cigarettes to e-cigarettes could also save you a lot of money. Some people spend more than others, but in general, smoking costs more than vaping. Is passive vaping harmful? There is no good evidence that secondhand vapor from e-cigarettes is harmful. As vaping is still relatively new, we can't be sure there aren't any long-term effects to people who breathe in someone else's vapor. But this is unlikely to be harmful. Passive vaping is not the same as passive smoking. This is because e-cigarettes do not contain tobacco. Does nicotine cause cancer? Nicotine is the chemical that makes cigarettes addictive, but it is not responsible for the harmful effects of smoking, and nicotine does not cause cancer. People have safely used nicotine replacement therapy, NRT, to stop smoking for many years. Nicotine replacement therapy is prescribed by doctors or is available from pharmacies. So that's cancer research. They're stating facts. They're not blowing shit up your ass. They're not saying, "Oh, don't do this." It's facts. It's useful information where you can make an educational choice of where you want to go. You know what I mean?
And this is all based upon years and years and years of research. This is not just one random statement based on some backroom board meeting that has now gotten blown out of proportion, like the first video would have us believe.
Exactly. So, I mean, you know, there isn't all doom and gloom out there, even though, like, everything does seem to be doom and gloom. But again, it's like you said, it's now more political than health issues. It's a political thing, isn't it? You know, that's where
Wait
it's
till you
headed.
hear the rest of this guy's statements. Listen, I have no problem tearing everybody apart. I don't care whether they're pro or anti. If what you're saying doesn't add up, I'm going to call it out. So let's listen to what else he has to say.
There's a reason why they are doing this. Would it shock you that nicotine by itself has been proven to reverse, prevent, and even cure people with Parkinson's disease, Alzheimer's disease, multiple sclerosis, ulcerative colitis, inflammation of your bowel diseases, arthritis? Nicotine could be a cure for. How many doctors have told your senior citizens with arthritis, you should wear a nicotine patch or chew nicotine gum or dip snuff? Have they ever told you that? That's amazing. They have not told you that. And there's a reason why they haven't told you. They just keep selling you drugs and prescribing you drugs because they don't want you to know that inside of the tobacco plant, and not only in the tobacco plant, is a nutrient called nicotine.
Now listen, everything he said there is backed on scientific studies, but none of the scientific studies that make those claims say that it's an actual cure for those diseases.
Yeah.
Vitamin B is a relation to nicotine. It is not the same thing. It doesn't necessarily have nicotine in it. When you break down vitamin B, the nicotine receptors can accept that compound the same as it can nicotine. So it has similar relationships and behaviors, but it's not exactly the same thing.
It has also been proven nicotine by itself can reverse and dissolve brain tumors called glioblastomas in less than 72 hours. And those studies were conducted during the pandemic. Found that interesting. Why are y'all studying?
It can, but in order for you to be able to have your neoblastoma cured by cancer, you would need to reach, and that's ridiculous the way the scientific study said it. It said it by volume. Normally we talk about milligrams per volume, milligram per milliliter, right? Well, in the scientific study, they said volume over volume. Why would you talk about a drug that's a chemical compound that's measured in by weight and saying volume over volume? However, if you were to convert it, because typically it's 1 milligram per milliliter, so you can figure out the math, you would need to consume 5,306 milligrams of nicotine to cure your neoblastoma. Might kill you before
You'd
it kills
be
your
cute,
cancer.
all right. Brown bread. You wouldn't be worried about that. You'd be brown bread.
Listen, when you got a charlatan, I don't care what side they're on, we're going to call you out when you say things that aren't actually 100% true. An informed consumer can make that determination on somebody based upon the knowledge that they've gained. And this guy's a chiropractor, and everybody calls him out and saying, "You're not a real doctor. You're just a chiropractor." I'm like, I don't care. If he can read the scientific studies and understand them and present that data, so be it. But you shouldn't make generalizations where generalizations don't apply.
Yeah.
But he does bring out a bunch of things that people on our side of the fence are listening to going, yeah, we're cheerleading him on. Keep it quiet that it's not 100% accurate the way he says it, because it's not actually a cure. It does affect it in the positive way that he says it does, but it's not a cure, and it doesn't apply to everybody.
Maybe he's alleviated a bit is probably the words he should be looking for.
Yes, but he's trying to simplify things the way Trump simplifies things. And sometimes it hurts him because he simplifies it too much. Same problem with Trump.
Yeah.
Like when he suggested that we try bleach, consuming bleach to kill the COVID.
Yeah.
And you saw the little Lysol vapes that they were making fun of him when he made that statement. Anyway.
Studying nicotine and turbo cancers and reversing them with nicotine during COVID while everybody's getting these vaccines. All right. Did you know also that nicotine patch studies have been done with autistic adults and children? And they found that their violent and antisocial behaviors completely remit in 6 days or less. Isn't that amazing?
That is 100% true. No doubts about it.
Wow.
Amazing. Well, how many people are prescribing nicotine patches to their autistic patients? None that I've ever heard of. So I continue to show research surrounding all of these various topics and how it's been shown beneficial. You know what? I was in a car being driven to an event this weekend in Tennessee, and the driver, who also opened his home for a VIP dinner, decides to tell me that he's been a type 1 diabetic for years, is insulin resistant, until he saw my presentations on how nicotine has helped cure people of type 1 diabetes, which is what he had. And he put nicotine patches on him, and he is no longer insulin resistant, and his insulin is now breaking down his blood sugar, and he's reducing his diabetes medications just in a couple weeks. Did you know that nicotine is second highest in content by weight inside of eggplants?
That is true. And just like Cheryl points out, the devil's lettuce helped my dad with his Parkinson's when he was alive. His hands did not shake because of his consumption of cannabis. That's one of the things that got it legalized for medicinal use here in the state of Pennsylvania, is because you had a mother whose child had seizures and could not tolerate pharmaceutical company pills to deal with these seizures. But little sublingual cannabis oil underneath the child's tongue, and seizures are gone. She testified before the state house and the state representatives, and that's one of the reasons why here in the state of Pennsylvania, cannabis became legal for medicinal purposes. There's a lot of stuff out there that, have been covered up because they oversimplified it and made us scared of it, only to find out that, Big Pharma wouldn't be making so much money right now if the stuff was legal and available for everybody.
Second only to the tobacco plants. Did you know that the third highest containing nicotine vegetable on earth is tomatoes? Every red tomato that you've ever eaten has nicotine in it.
Wow.
Did you know that green tomatoes have 10 times the amount of nicotine as red tomatoes?
Mm.
Did you know that bell peppers, cauliflower, celery, zucchini, all nightshade vegetables have tons of nicotine? In fact, that whole group of foods, nightshade vegetables, has the second highest amount of nicotine, only second to tobacco.
Wow.
Now, this one should shock you. Have you ever eaten a potato chip or mashed potatoes or a baked potato or French fry? That white potatoes have nicotine in them. And every time you've eaten potatoes, you're sucking down nicotine. Now, my question for you is why do they continue to make us so scared of nicotine and tobacco?
Very interesting bit of data there and bit of facts. Let's see what Grok knows about this.
Not much.
All right. So list the plants in order of nicotine content per gram of plant. See what it comes up with. And let's see if it's the same as what it gave me when I looked this up before we started the stream. So, top of the list, you have Nicotina tabacum, the tobacco plant, the common tobacco plant. And then you have Nicotina rustica, which is the Aztec variety of the tobacco plant, followed by Jimson weed. Jimson weed contains nicotine with levels around 0.5 to 1.5% in its parts, though it's more known for other alkaloids. It's the problem with a lot of these plants. They have the alkaloid that you're talking about, but they also have other things that may be more toxic than the benefits you would get out of consuming the nicotine from that plant.
Yeah.
henbane, the tree tobacco, and then there's the eggplant. Eggplants contain 100 nanograms of nicotine per gram of eggplant. 0.1 micrograms of nicotine. So how many eggplants would you need to consume to get 6 milligrams of nicotine that you have in 1 milliliter of e-liquid?
Yeah.
Okay, we got a little issue there. Then you got your green tomatoes, which is 42.8 nanograms per gram. Levels decreasing as the tomato ripens into a red tomato. Then you got potatoes that have 7.1 nanograms per gram, and most of it's in the skin. So if you peel your potatoes, you're peeling all the nicotine out of your potatoes. So when you consume a potato chip, you're getting the tiniest fraction of nicotine possible. Because they peel their potatoes before they make chips and crisps out of them.
Yeah.
This I thought was interesting. Cauliflower contains 16.8 nanograms per gram. Cauliflower has more nicotine than potatoes. And then you run into things like tomato sauce. Well, because you're concentrating down that tomato, well, you're going to increase the concentration of nicotine in it. But you also have to factor in degradation because of temperature increases. And cooked tomatoes have 4.3 nanograms per gram. Is that what Grok told us today?
Oh.
No, it changed its answer again. It's now talking about papayas. Papayas are another example of a non-nightshade plant with trace amounts of nicotine. Those specific figures for nicotine content per gram aren't as common as cited in literature. Michelle Elliott, hello and welcome. Milkweed contains nicotine only in its sprout seedlings, but the content per gram isn't typically quantified in a manner comparable to other plants above. Well, how come you left out all the other stuff you talked about in the other one? Where's the eggplants? Where's the green tomatoes? They just lumped it all together in the nightshade family? Come on, Grok. How about a little consistency here? What's the deal? What's your deal?
So if it's in our veggies, and I'm going to go ahead and explain this to you. If it is so in Canada, as it is in the United States, when someone is diagnosed with an inflammatory condition, the medical doctors are trained to tell their patient, Mary, you have something that ends with itis, colitis, pancreatitis, arthritis. You have something with itis on it, meaning you're in pain. And then they will say to you, we need to put you on steroids to suppress your inflammation. And then they will say this in the United States, Mary, since you've been diagnosed now with arthritis, you have to avoid all nightshade vegetables in the future. Now, the truth is, if they actually ate those vegetables, the nightshade veggies, nicotine in those plants has more anti-inflammatory properties than pro-inflammatory properties by a lot. So if you actually consume the nightshade vegetables, organic version is best. It will have the highest amounts of nicotine. And I just want to ask you all, how come the world's never told you that nicotine's in all those other veggies? How come they only continue to tell you it's in tobacco? And then how come they keep scaring you from using anything that has an addictive substance called nicotine? Well, just so you know, if nicotine's addictive, you would be addicted to eggplants. And if you ever ate an eggplant, you would wake up with night sweats thinking you need more eggplants. And how many of you have ever heard your boss ever be asked by another?
Oh, I gotta have my eggplant parmesan tonight. Eggplant covered in tomato sauce, so I can get my nicotine. I get my nicotine fix. Doesn't quite work like that. Yes, what you're saying is based upon some truth, but Yeah, that's exactly what it boils down to. We don't know the actual unadulterated truth because drug companies risk losing a shit ton of money.
I mean, you can see what he's saying, but it's not. I mean, I don't think he's saying, you need to eat thousands of eggplants. I think he's just saying just add this stuff back in your diet, and in the long term, it may help. You know what I mean? Not like you've got.
I'm still working my way through that book over there, but the whole point is there's a reason why our parents and our grandparents said you need to eat a little bit of everything, because Mother Nature does provide the nutrients you need, and you don't need to take vitamin supplements if your diet varies and you consume all the natural vitamins and minerals and nutrients that we need through our food intake.
You've hit the nail on the head. You're talking like natural food, not all this processed crap that's out there now. There's a big difference.
Yeah, because when they process it, they deteriorate any valuable ingredient in it through their drying and cooking process to preheat it to make it last forever inside a little baggie inside of a box, and it doesn't save you any real time.
Yeah, and plus they add shit to it to preserve it and all that crap. Some preservatives are better, more harmful than others. So,
especially here in the United States, they know that the processed food industry destroys all the nutrients in the processing of this and packaging of these food items into our diet. So they have to artificially add and spray all kinds of vitamins and nutrients and minerals into it to make up for what they destroyed in the processing of your meal. So what else does this guy say?
A coworker for a celery break because you're just too addicted to celery. You just can't get over the nicotine addiction in your celery and cauliflower and zucchini.
Celery wasn't on the list Grok gave us. Did you know celery has nicotine?
Imagine most natural vegetables do. You know what I mean? It's a natural thing, isn't it? Mother Nature providing. Like you say, we've got all these like animals that are purely plant-based in their diets, you know what I mean? And then Mother Nature provides the shit for you know what I mean?
Does celery contain nicotine?
I've never seen a cow OD on nicotine yet, and it eats grass all day.
I know. Does celery contain nicotine? Well, yes, celery does contain nicotine, albeit at a very small amount. Studies have shown that nicotine can be found in trace quantities in several vegetables, including those from the Apiaceae family, to which celery belongs. However, the nicotine content in celery is extremely low, measured in nanograms per gram. The amount of nicotine in celery is so minuscule that it's not considered significant from a health perspective, especially when compared to nicotine levels in tobacco products. Here we go, comparing everything back to the tobacco plant. I don't know, dude.
Truth is, nicotine is not addictive. You're never going to be addicted to those vegetables. You cannot be addicted to it. Harvard, the University of Harvard, figured out in 2015 and published a study online, peer-reviewed and published. And I show the whole world this over and over and over. They confirmed in 2015 and published that nicotine alone does not make tobacco products addictive at all. In fact, another scientist came forward in 2012 and said, actually, nicotine makes humans and all mammals aversive to nicotine, and we want to push it away. We don't want it. It's actually a deterrent. This is why they put nicotine, literally powdered nicotine, on plants to keep bugs and insects from coming around the plants. Nicotine is a deterrent. It is an irritant. Nobody wants it. So Harvard read 7 million pages in 2015 of tobacco giant documents to find out how did they make tobacco products addictive if it's not nicotine. This was just 5 years before the pandemic. And they found out that the FDA has approved since the 1970s, all tobacco giants can add 599 man-made chemicals to their tobacco products, of which 15 are called pyrazines And Harvard confirmed in 2015 these man-made chemicals called pyrazines are why tobacco products are addictive.
Yes, sorta. They're not man-made.
Harvard.
It's a naturally occurring chemical that happens when you dry the tobacco plant and when you ferment the leaves of the tobacco plant, and the fermentation that occurs while you're drying it out, when it's not dried in ideal circumstances. And yes, the scientific study that he claims does actually state in there that the tobacco companies have been supplementing the pyrazines inside a tobacco that's put into a cigarette. This also explains why when you pick up a vape, it's still not like easy peasy for everybody to quit smoking. Why some people have to dual use for like 2 years. Because it isn't just the nicotine that you're addicted to. If it was, the patches, sprays, and gums would have like a 90% effective rate at quitting smoking. They don't.
True.
There's other things at play here, and pyrazines is one of them that I've just learned about. And I learned a lot because I actually read all these studies that he's talking about. Let's finish off this one little thing here, and then I'll show you all the sources. You guys can watch it yourself if you feel like it.
It's not nicotine. And then even said in their paper, FDA, we expect you should start regulating pyrazines over nicotine. So this is the level of lying, pervasive lying, propaganda you've seen around tobacco since 1994, leading up to the pandemic in 2020. They needed the majority of people in the world not using tobacco products because they have the highest amount of nicotine. And they knew the whole goal for the pandemic was to get an injection in everybody's arm around the world. And the only way people would fall for that crap is if they got sick. Well, if everybody was using tobacco products, the majority of human beings weren't going to get sick from their spike protein venom-laced virus, they wanted to call it, because nicotine was the antidote to those spike protein / venom proteins. So this was the protective measure there. For the rest of my life, I will wear a 3 milligram.
This is interesting, though, because I really got deep into the weeds there, and I'm not going to present it to you guys in the news. I'll leave the links up for you guys to get access to it if you really want to get it into the weeds like I did. But it was really interesting to find out that the COVID spike protein is something that scientists have discovered is man-made, cannot naturally occur. Matter of fact, all the previous COVID viruses lacked that spike protein that actually adheres to and conjoins with your lung tissue. So somebody was in there messing with Mother Nature to get it to where it is today. It's also backed up by Dr. Kennedy, not Dr. Kennedy, Robert Kennedy's book, and the other book that's just coming out now about Dr. Fauci and about his research in Wuhan. He's a senator, wrote a book. Anyway, not relevant at this point. The point is that nicotine binds with the nicotinic acetylcholine receptors in your body. That's why these people weren't getting COVID as much, because the receptor site that the COVID vaccine would bond with was occupied with nicotine. And that's why people with long COVID, look up Renegade Research on Twitter, and you'll find the study that he's talking about and referencing here. The author of that study is helping people with long COVID get rid of their long COVID by getting them to put a patch on. Because when you put a patch on, within 7 days, it occupies that receptor and releases the COVID vaccine, and your body recognizes it as a foreign body, and it gets rid of it. People have been suffering with long COVID for over a year, and all the symptoms of it, start using a patch, and it lets their body naturally heal. Is this one of the reasons why they're so trying to eliminate things like even the pouches, which don't have any significant harm to them? That's no different than the patches, gums, and sprays that are available in every counter, over the counter in the United States, grocery store, convenience stores. I don't know, man.
It makes you think.
It makes you think. And this guy,
Makes
for the
you
rest of his
wonder.
life, is going to wear a 3 milligram nicotine patch. And that's one thing he doesn't sell on his website.
Milligram nicotine patch, because not only does nicotine cure those diseases,
Yep.
I've actually learned over the last 2 years that every virus on earth is beaten with nicotine. And I'm talking influenza, I'm talking coronaviruses, measles virus, rabies virus, polio virus, HIV virus. They're all scientific studies confirming that nicotine's the antidote to all of those. You know what I
Holy
find
smokes.
interesting?
Yeah.
When you get to rabies and HIV, they actually say that rabies virus and HIV has a spike protein on it. And every scientist writes it is homologous to snake venom proteins. And nicotine's the antidote to those also.
Holy cow, did this open up a bag of worms. If you want to get deep into the woods and listen to this guy, you can watch the actual video on his website, the drartistshow.com/episode -04-10 -2024 -the other N word.
So,
You
what's
can
your
watch the
conclusion
entire
on this guy?
3-hour presentation about nicotine.
So, what's your thoughts on it? Do you think he's full of shit, or he's,
There's a bit of truth in everything this guy says, but he oversimplifies everything. There's a reason why nobody is craving celery. There's no nicotine worthy of even talking about in celery. Yes, technically it's in there, but you'd have to consume your entire house worth of celery to equal the nicotine you're getting in your vape, especially when you're talking about your disposables.
But I suppose, like a mixed diet with, all the plants and veg that have nicotine in, when you do combine them, if you switch, and you've got a regular input of nicotine, then it's got to give you some benefits. I mean, obviously, it's not the...
It does give you benefits.
The natural way of intake, like judging by the amount of nicotine in the plants, the natural intake through your diet is minimal. It's just like, I don't know, something to keep you ticking over type of thing. Whilst as a smoker or vapor needs more nicotine for, whatever reason, because...
Well, if you've studied any of this for any length of time or even understand basic, physiology and pathophysiology, you understand that as an addictive substance, a substance that forms a dependence for you, the reason why they say it's dependent and dependence forming and addictive in the first place is because when you consume it, your body loves the fact that it's consuming it. The same thing happens with sugar. When you consume it, the number of nicotinic acetylcholine receptors in your body grows. Because it's like, oh, I love the way I feel when I have this nicotine in my body. Therefore, I want to create more of these receptor sites so that whenever I do get access to nicotine, I want them to be filled as well. And then it gives me an even greater high. That's why when somebody that's nicotine naive consumes nicotine, they get nauseous and a headache and they feel like throwing up. Your first cigarette that you had, a lot of people get green and throw up. Because you had more than your body was able to consume in one go. As you form a dependence to that, your tolerance goes up and you crave more of it. That's where the addictive potential comes from. But it's not as simple as just being nicotine.
No, but I think that, like you said, your body's tolerance goes up regardless, Like, even if you're on some prescription medication, and all of a sudden it doesn't work, you'll go back to your docs, you'll up the dose. And, oh, yes, then it doesn't work again. Because you're constantly building a tolerance to whatever you're taking.
Whatever you're consuming, because your body always wants to return to homeostasis. It's the first word you learn when you learn anything medical, whether it be an EMT paramedic, whether it be a doctor or chiropractor, any of that. You understand the fundamentals of homeostasis, which is your body's natural resting state. So... when you consume it on a constant basis, you're changing stuff and it's constantly in a state of flux. So You can't just say that, one-time dose of nicotine, you're cured forever. That's not how it works. That's not how our bodies work. It's like saying that, one-time dose in your life of vitamin C, and you'll never have to worry about scurvy. Well, that's not how it works. You need to consume a lot of different things on a regular basis so that your body always has what it needs to function properly. So there's links in the description below for all of this. Yeah. Here's the study from Harvard about the pyrazines. Good.
It's like what you're getting back to, like what the guy was saying. It's like it's just a mix and varied diet. You know what I mean? I kind of get where he's coming from, like, but
and you can't oversimplify it.
No, but the amount
tobacco control wants to simplify it and say we just need to eliminate all nicotine. You can't.
Yeah.
People are going to consume nicotine whether you ban nicotine or not.
Exactly.
But here's the study about the pyrazines, and here's a article in Reuters about flavorings and other additives. This was what hit the hay. This was the main story that came out of that particular study. They were talking about flavorings. It's the flavorings that they put on tobacco that get you addicted. It isn't just the nicotine. So the truth came out there, but they said that it was a flavoring. Well, that's because that's the justification that Big Tobacco used to add it onto the tobacco leaves that already had some of it. But they wanted to give you more of it so that you were more reactive to the nicotine content in your cigarettes. I'm not even going to get into this one.
Mad stuff.
Oh, yeah, there's so much to learn and so much it's just like, I could go for hours talking about this, but it's like, you're getting too deep in the woods here. The point being, and most of us vapors wanted to know is, why is it that some of us, like me, I left on a Friday, said, I'm not going to smoke a cigarette again. I made it through the weekend with just my vape. I came home Monday and I'm like, I'm an ex-smoker and I will remain an ex-smoker for the rest of my life. And then there's other people that are more reactive, their body's more reactive to these pyrazines and the addiction that's caused by them to form a greater dependence on nicotine that isn't resolved with just consuming a vape. That's why there's such an abysmal smoking cessation rate with all these things that they're giving you, because it's not just nicotine you're addicted to.
My apologies for flapping about, but there's a little irritable feckin' fly buzzing about me, and I can't get him yet. I will get him. Got a little fucking fly flying around.
This is too deep in the woods for most people. Most people, this is all you need to give them. Give them the vapingfacts.health.nz website. This will give them just enough information that's 100% factual, backed up by scientific data, and is just as good as that Cancer Research UK website.
Yeah.
You want to quit smoking? This is the way to do it.
That's what you want. Just something that's factual and gives you options. You know what I mean? You don't have to do it, but it's just giving you an option, isn't it?
And it's not a cure-all. It's not like everybody that picks up a vape will never pick up a cigarette again. But for those of us that struggled with it, it's easy to understand now why.
I think vaping's just a tool. You've got to have the mindset. You've got to want to quit. You can vape all you like if you don't want to quit. You'll never quit smoking. You've got to want to You've got to be in that mindset where I don't want a cigarette.
This is why what the FDA is doing is wrong.
I would say we're quitting smoking, using vaping. I would say 80%'s got to be your mindset, minimum. Because you'll not do it. You've got to want to do it. If you don't want to do it, you won't.
Rated R Louie, hello and welcome. Andy C, hello and welcome.
Hello, folks.
Oh, yeah.
Welcome to the stream.
There's so much to understand. And the thing is, you have to want to quit to get over it. Because you can get knee deep in the woods. It isn't just pyrazines. There's MAOIs that are created when you light a cigarette on fire and you burn that in. That's an antidepressant that you're literally taking every time you smoke a cigarette.
Yeah.
No wonder antidepressant drugs actually are used to treat smoking cessation.
Yeah. Again, it's not a magic cure. It's just a tool in the arsenal to help. Some people can quit smoking on patches. Some people can quit smoking on tablets. Some people can quit smoking on gum. So be it. Well done. But for a lot of people, none of them have worked. And vaping's the next. Oh, I had that Champix. I was ill off that stuff. Oh, God Almighty, was I ill? Mind it did work. When I lit a cigarette, I wanted to puke. But bloody hell, I was ill off it. I think that's what
I had funky dreams, man, that feel completely real. Like I was awake and there. This dragon's coming to eat me alive, and I swear to God, it felt like I was actually there in prehistoric times with this dragon about to swallow me whole.
Fucking hallucinations.
Yeah, I took the Zyban and I took the bupropion, the antidepressant thing. It didn't make me want to smoke any less, but it did get rid of my depression that I didn't know I had.
Oh, well, you didn't know you had. You're depressed. Well,
made me feel better.
I'm happy.
Everybody around me was like, dude, what's going on, man? You're a happy-go-lucky dude. I haven't seen you like this in years. Like, I didn't realize I was depressed. Wow.
Happy days.
I forgot what it was like to be happy. I forgot what it was like to be a happy-go-lucky dude.
Hey, me. That's no good.
Damn, man.
Damn.
Well, since we're so happy-go-lucky and since we just fried our brains, I think it's time for a little bit of alcohol. Time for an adult beverage review. What do you say?
Yes. Yes, definitely. We need to rinse and refresh.
Because he's off tomorrow, so he's actually going to partake today.
Hello. Today, you'll have to turn that stuff back off, Alex. I can hear myself.
Yeah.
Today, I've gone back to my normal. Oh, hang on. If I can part them, because they've got the sticky gum on them. I've gone back to a beverage I haven't had for a while. That's I thoroughly enjoy. I've gone back to my 1664 lager beer, which is the old French Le Premier Francois beer. It is, well, I've got the wrong glasses on. That's why I can't see it. I put my other glasses on. Now I can see it. It is, well, 4.6%, I think. Yeah, it is 4.6%. But I've also got a little bonus. Got some of that.
Cocoa Bay.
It's just a cheaper version of Malibu. It's a coconut and rum drink, and it is very nice. And I don't know if you've noticed, but I've been sipping on a glass. Well, that's kind of what's been in it. And this is an exotic blend with rum and coconut flavors. And if you drank the whole bottle, which I haven't, it was already opened, it is 15% volume. And that is my little tipple for today. Over to you.
Okay.
Oh, what's he
My
got now?
apologies, folks. I'm trying to get this sound situation sorted because he's hearing echoes and whatnot of himself, which I don't understand because it's Windows. It does whatever it wants. Anyway, from the Southern Tier Distilling Company, we now have a vodka orange crush. Is this going to be like an orange crush soda with 8% alcohol by volume? Or is this going to be like my wife's seltzer beverages? I don't know.
You're hitting the big time, 8%. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Smells like an orange crush soda.
Ooh.
Cheers, mate, to our health.
To our health, sir. Cheers.
Holy shit. It's very, very orangey, but it is not like an orange crush. It's pretty damn close, but you certainly can't tell that there's alcohol in it.
Until you stand up later on and go, hey!
Maybe. There's no caloric totals on this can of alcoholic beverage. 12 fluid ounces.
By the way, that's
8% alcohol.
By the way, that's not aimed at children, by the way, either. Remember that.
Is that packaging attractive to children?
No. Can't be.
Is the name attractive to children? Do children like Orange Crush?
I don't know on that one, like, ooh.
It's all bullshit. It's arbitrary.
Pretty much.
Is this attractive to children?
Big chew bubblegum.
Depression candy. That was our last episode. Sugar is more addictive than heroin and cocaine and nicotine.
That's true, actually, aye.
Wow. Don't forget to drop your hand checks. We're going to jump to that here shortly. But before we do, tomorrow is 9/11. And since that has been forever etched into the fabric of my being, it's only appropriate and only fitting for us to pay a small tribute to the lives lost on 9/11.
Yeah.
May they all rest in peace.
Yeah, I heard of that.
I really don't understand why it's outputting your audio.
It was fine before you done what you done. Now it's back.
Monitor is off in OBS.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's it. It's gone.
Yeah, but you won't hear OBS. So I can add the sound effects in and the Twitch speaker, but if I play a video inside here, like the bumpers, you won't hear them.
I can hear your videos, do you bother? I can hear the back where you've turned the background music off. I can normally hear that all right. I can hear you all right.
I have it turned down a little bit.
Yeah, I can hear
There's
that.
the music.
That's fine. Yeah, I can hear that. That's no problem. There's no issues with that.
Minus
Just when the
35
bumpers
is
come
the sweet spot for you, where you hear it.
Yeah.
I can hear it down to minus 50. Increased fidelity. Some of it gets lost in when it gets downsized to send it in the stream, but whatever. Anyway,
it worked. It worked.
Hand checks. Do we have any hand checks to check out? Let's take a look at that. Let me close out all these browser windows. Deal with that later. Somebody's been trying to hack my website.
William. Really? No way.
Yeah. Which I don't understand how that's possible. They legit send me a message inside of an app on my phone in order to log in. So how did my files get corrupted when I haven't uploaded anything?
Big Brother's watching you, man.
Yeah, well, I'll fix it after the show. All right, Facebook.
You're a guru, man. You get around it.
3 comments. William Dobson. He's got 3 hand checks. Shall we start with his first one?
Why not?
There's his hand
check.
check.
Oh, yeah. Oh, look, William. Why have you got hairy palms?
Oh, my Lord. Come on, next one. Here we go. Hand check number 2. This is a mod that came with the Moonshot RTA.
Now he's showing off.
Well, that's cool, man. I never knew that there was one that actually came with the Moonshot. Dion78, hello and welcome.
He's showing off now.
Visigo Moonbox.
Very
cool.
nice. Nice looking bit of kit, that. Very nice.
Facebook is becoming more and more useless. See the arrow? It does nothing.
Garbage, man. The whole lot's getting garbage.
Very retro.
Oh, that's nice.
iJoy.
Very nice.
Very retro. Found this tucked away and been using it on the nightstand. Guess if you can. Clue. Twisted had a part in this iJoy. What is that?
Oh.
That's before my time, mate.
Oh. Oh my god, a fucking Twisted Messes he was in with iJoy. What the fucking what was it again? Oh man, I know it. I'm gonna Google it.
I didn't even know the Twisted Messes had his own stuff. I just know that he's friends with Nick.
Oh yeah. Yeah. I mean, I don't know if he's still doing anything on his channel, but he used to have a cracking YouTube channel.
I don't know. He's been on the guest of Grim Green show a couple times. William's like, Ketty, you're old enough to know this.
No, I am. I can't think. Oh, man. But the mage.
The mage?
I'm thinking the mage RTA. No.
Is that a squonk button on there? Or is that a knob to adjust your voltage and stuff?
Am I right, William? Is that the mage RTA?
He says there were 3 different versions.
Oh, that's the only one I can think of, the mage. What did he do? Oh. I think he did another. I'm going to have a look at this. It's got me thinking now.
Isn't that like the current state that we're all in nowadays? We all have our Google crutch. We're so dependent on being able to look shit up.
No, he done a dang RGA with Homeboy.
Homeboy OC.
And he done a mage. Yeah, and he done a mage. I'm not cheating. I'm trying to remember. That's the mini. Oh, fuck off. The mini mage. That sounds wrong, didn't it?
Nah. Our dad joke's going to go a lot lower than that. The midget mage.
I think you've got us, mate. The midget mage. Nah. That's gone now. I don't know. You'll have to enlighten us, mate. My memory's fucking way gone.
I don't know, that's a pretty cool looking modern dripper. I like it.
RDTA box. Fucking brain fart.
I don't know, man. I know the next thing in our description is show me your pets, but we're going to put that off till later because they're all snoozing. And I'm not about to wake their butts up. So
Yeah,
I guess it's time to roll the dad joke bumper.
It's the old saying, mate. Let sleeping dogs lie. Yep.
Aye. Roll the bumper first, bonehead.
No more despair. I have paid more than I owe. Now what you see is what I give you.
If a vapor's been robbed, which detectives are assigned to the case? Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson.
Yo, what is a vapor's favorite fantasy film? Cloud Wars, Episode 1, The Phantom Line.
Hey man, what do you call advice from a vapor? Drip tips.
Hey, is that a mechanical mod in your pocket? Or are you just happy to see me?
Hey, don't throw your mod at people, or else it's battery.
Hey, why did the vapor cross the road? To chase them clouds.
And they told me vaping was cheaper than smoking.
Nope. I don't care. What are you talking about?
Did you hear hear about the guy who doesn't pay more than 1 cent per mil for juice?
Shut that baby up!
Yeah, we get it. You DIY or die. Gotcha.
What are you waiting for? Let's do this.
It's go time!
Hakuna Matakila. It means no memories for the rest of your night.
Yeah, but it does not. Holy moly.
Here you go. Quadrilaterals. Quadrilaterals.
Wow.
Perimeter. Name
Quadrilaterals.
Hope. Name the quadrilateral. Bob,
That's
Sam,
Bob.
Tedison, Kate, and Harry. You gotta love the imagination of these kids, man. Draw a plant cell and identify its most important parts. No windows, iron bars.
That's quality, that. I wish I had
They
this
should
stuff
get
in our
imagination
school. It'd be
points.
brilliant. Too right.
All right. In which state do the particles show the most movement? California. Okay, in which state do particles show the least movement? New Jersey.
New Jersey.
They're talking about immigrants.
Oh.
Are particles
I love
immigrants? Imagine that you lived at the same time as Abraham Lincoln. What would you say to him or ask him? I tell him not to go to a play ever.
Awesome. That's awesome.
All right, man. The diagram below best illustrates E. Giraffes are heartless creatures.
They're brilliant, them. Also quality.
What is the strongest force on Earth? Love.
Love. Oh.
How many do you know? How many days are there in a week? 7. How many months are there in a year? 12. Is this number even or odd? 68. Even. How do you know? Because I'm smart.
Because I'm smart. I love it.
What is love? Baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me no more.
Don't hurt me no more. I love it. No.
Put the letters in the correct order to create a word. Lawn, then, saw, shit.
Shit. Technically, it's correct, is it not?
It's correct. You didn't use any extra letters. Say and write. Cow, bird, cat, dog, fuck, fish.
Fuck fish.
Fuck a duck.
Go fuck a duck.
Nervous about an oral exam? Have a few shots of vodka before your exam, and you'll do just fine.
Too right.
Anywhere else we can cut the budget? The $1 trillion sacred bull in the room. Gee, I don't know
Too right.
where we can make a cut in the budget.
Jesus, man.
Have you seen this lately? This has been making its rounds on Twitter like crazy. Charts of showing the number of live births in the EU and in the United States. And they're both showing essentially depopulation. The number of kids being born every year just keeps getting less and less.
That'd be the citizens. The immigrants are the ones that's breeding.
But I mean, even just the number of live births. From back in the 60s, it was, 7 million, and it's whittled its way down to 4. kind of leveled out in the 90s. Which is kind of ironic because
60s for nothing.
Well, yeah, but in the 90s, that's when Clinton was in office, getting his BB under the desk. His better brunettes.
It's surprising because when he was president, everybody was fucked.
Except for Monica Lewinsky. He had no sexual relations with that woman.
Of course he didn't. No.
He just sat in the chair.
I do not know that woman. Yeah.
Oh no, he knew her very well. He knew her in the biblical way, but not in the way that he determined and defined sex. Well, here's a bit of truth for you. Sometimes you have to sit back, drink your beer, and accept that people are fucking idiots.
Already doing it, man. Already doing it. Already doing it.
Blows a strawberry lemonade right out of the picture. Strawberry watermelon.
Oh.
There you go. Make America healthy again.
Ah, you were touching on that last week, weren't you?
Been talking about it a while, and I'm grateful that Kennedy decided to run for office because none of this stuff would have ever come out had he have not run, I don't think.
Oh, hello.
Callie Means would not have gotten the publicity she got if he wasn't running on this platform for president.
Without a doubt.
China just arrested a billionaire founder of a free speech messaging app for not moderating and censoring the content to their liking. And Iran is arresting their own citizens for posting things that they don't approve of. Just kidding. This is France and England right now.
That's fucking right there now.
The fuck?
Holy shit.
And once again, comparison between the European and United States versions of the same product. Do you notice any difference?
The ingredients are way less than the EU ones.
And you know what I find very, very fascinating is... where is it? Which button is it? Come on. It's not working. I don't remember. Anyway, this is cancerous. The one food coloring. It's toxic and cancerous.
Ah.
But it's in our food.
That's in the US version.
Yeah. Not banned. Is banned in Europe. Never irritate a woman who can operate a backhoe. True fact.
Truck, it's a 4B. You'll get out of there. You'll get out of there.
I'm going to send you a bottle of this, mate. I'm going to send you a bottle of Heinz tomato ketchup.
American style.
American style.
I'll send you a UK one. I'll send you a UK one.
Hey, man, my wife found a jar of the mustard you sent me. I was so chuffed. I bet she come home from the grocery store. She found it. Here in the States in the international section.
Yeah.
Oh, I love that mustard, man. Wait till you try American mustard. Everything here in the States is like candy. Everything here in the States is like candy.
It seems that way, doesn't it? Lots of sweeteners.
Stop. 4-way stop. Really? You have to stop at this one.
Bang.
Shit. How many of you out there played these games when you were growing up? Or after it was, found in like the Goodwills for sale?
Mission Derby. Oh my god. Tennis, skiing. Breakout, Pac-Man. Oh my god.
Laser Blaster.
Holy moly. Oh, Missile Command.
Star Raiders, golf. Missile Command was so fun, man.
I remember Missile Command in the arcade. You had your controllers with balls to move your X, and you moved
You
your
always
X
did
over
like playing
things,
with
you
balls,
pressed the
didn't
button and
you?
stuff. Well, you know.
Then you got
that
married.
habit hasn't died.
Found somebody else to do it for you.
Well,
Here's
you
the
know.
luckiest car owner ever.
Holy shit. Well, trees
I'd go play the
actually just-
lottery, man. I'd go
Bring
play
it
the
to
lottery
right
if I
over.
were you. Shit. Nothing says trust the science like asking for the data to be hidden for 75 years.
Pfizer. There you go.
What the fuck happened here and how? I'm not even going to get into why you would do that. How? How did you get that car in that position? Did you materialize out of thin air?
Did you use a fork truck by any chance? Holy fuck. If you did, he or she did drive, then that's the best fucking parking I've ever seen in my life. Oh,
I guess
on
they
the
didn't
other
read the
hand-
license plate on this one.
Please stop. Oh, idiot.
Use commands to tell your sister to do the following. I don't have a sister.
Just a simple answer, isn't it?
All right, man, here you go. What makes you special? Write about 3 things that make you special. Remember to use complete sentences. I like to play football. I like to build with Legos. I am God.
I am God. Absolutely love it.
Timeline of laundry. Wash cycle 45 minutes. Drying time 60 minutes. Put away 7 to 10 business days if you're lucky.
That's a bit like our house. Fucking true. Jesus
Okay,
Christ.
here we go. Bear. There once was a bear who had purple hair. That's rare. So Bob attacked him. When should a motorist use his or her bright beams? When he wants to be an asshole.
Oh, that's quality, that. That's quality, that one. Wants to be an asshole.
And here we go, Mallory. Provide us with the Texas food pyramid. At the very top and the smallest portion is steak.
Steak.
Followed by chicken fried steak, Mexican food, barbecue, tacos, pecan pie, and Bluebell ice cream.
Bluebell ice cream, Jesus. That's not bad. Your vegetable with your nicotine's not in there, like.
No, but the sugar you're going to get out of the pecan pie, especially being at the base of the food
Jesus.
pyramid.
Ooh.
Okay, explain. Try this. Explain how you found your answer in problem 4. The difference between 188 and 158 is 22. Explain how you found your answer. Math.
Oh, simple.
Stop! In the name of love.
In the name of love.
Before you break my heart.
Break my heart. Think it
Here you go.
over.
Is a description of a partner heat map. We have a bed. We have a man, a woman, and the dog who's not a partner. You are a cool, comfortable 98.6 degrees. Your partner's body is 5,800 degrees Kelvin, slightly hotter than the surface of the sun. Meanwhile, your partner's feet are about minus 535 degrees, a crisp autumn day on Neptune.
That's so true. I've always got cow feet.
Do you whip or do you nay-nay?
Nay-nay, Hellman's.
May-nay. May-nay.
I'm a nay-nay. I'm a may-nay. I'm a may-nay.
You guys have Miracle Whip over there?
You can buy it in American shops, but we don't have it as a norm.
What is a duck fart? How does a duck fart?
It is ass quack.
Right, with his ass quack. Here you go, ladies and gentlemen. Here's a list of Democratic senators who voted against cheaper medicines. Cory Booker, Bob Menendez, Michael Bennett, Tom Carpenter, Joe Donnelly, Martin Heinrich, Heidi Hitchkemp, Patty Murray, John Tester, Mark Werner, Bob Casey of Pennsylvania, Chris Coons, and Maria Cantwell. Oh, incidentally, there's a amount of money that they took from Big Pharma as political donations right next to their name.
I like that one.
Nothing to see here.
John Tester, so that's like John Testicles, and Mark Wiener. Testicles and wieners.
We got some real dicks in Congress, don't we?
It certainly do. All on the money train.
All right, here we go. Speaking of which, we're trying to sell these cars, and we sold a camper and stuff. So here's a conversation about trying to sell something. And this is exactly what my wife would want us to talk about today because of all the stupid questions she got asked. Is this still for sale? I just listed it 30 seconds ago. I don't think I had an opportunity to sell it yet. You're the first person to reply. Oh. Well, how much will you take for it? I don't know. I just listed it 30 seconds ago. Maybe I'm looking for the asking price. What's the lowest you'll take? Well, the lowest I'll go is $700. How about $200? Sure, why not? All right, where do you want to meet? 101 Main Street in Burlington, about 10 minutes. Sounds good. Hey, I'm here. Cool, head inside. Into the comedy club? Yeah, then head onto the stage and tell your jokes to somebody else.
That's so good. I like it.
Here's some medical training for you. This is called
crayons.
biology candles. They're actually crayons, but you can use them as candles in an emergency. I bet you didn't know that. Anyway, this is what jaundice looks like when your liver and your kidneys start failing. You turn yellow.
Yeah, I know that one.
Code brown. That's the color of shit. Melena, bile, anemia, arterial bleeding is this color. Hypoxic overdose is a beautiful purple. MRSA sputum in the trach tube, when you suction it out, comes this nice, lovely dark green.
Oh.
Pyridium for UTIs, when you pee, your pee will be nice orange color. Stage 1 decubitus ulcers are a beautiful rosy pink. And ecchymosis, otherwise known as a black eye, for you and me, is a nice dark purple color.
Yeah.
Insulin cap. Chlorhexane clean. Trauma on a Coumadin patient is this color. And then you have the good old-fashioned oh fuck blue. When your patient's skin turns oh fuck blue, you're up shit creek without a paddle.
They are dead.
And this is available as a box of nursing crayons.
What?
For the
Clever.
fledgling nursing student.
Very clever. Simple but clever.
How do you explain this 4-year gap in your resume? That's when I went to Yale. Well, that's impressive. You're hired. Thanks. I really needed this job.
Oh, God.
Remember, update your resume. There's nobody that can prove you weren't the regional director at Radio Shack.
I went to Yale.
All right, folks, this is the only graph that you really need to learn and trust 100% wholeheartedly. Okay? On the left is your trust in government. And the more you study history, the less you will ever trust government.
So true. Hell yeah.
And here's my recommended suggestion for the week. We need to pick a billionaire. Because, Clarice, if we eat just one billionaire, the rest of them are going to start behaving.
Interesting.
What do you say?
Ate his liver with him.
Got some fava beans? What you need to know, nobody gives a fuck about. What you want to hear, people line up in droves.
Definitely.
All right, man, what in the PBR drinking, camel non-filter smoking trailer trash is this piece of shit?
Holy fuck. How does that even go? Holy moly. You know, you just wonder
Are
what
those
goes
tractor
through some
trailer
people's
tires in
fucking
the
minds.
back, or tractor tires, or what is going on?
What's the tires on the
Holy
front? They're like
moly.
a go-kart.
Here you go. Here's some
There you
imaginary information for you. Texas succeeding from the United States, right? All of a sudden, all the Texans say, fuck this, we're an independent state, we don't need you, United States. So they secede from the country, right? 5 minutes later, the United States knows how much oil Texas has. That's what's coming.
Bit like a rock and a run, and it's very similar. Ooh. Human
What?
tear. Oh my God.
What?
No way.
Human tears, $1.29. New arrival. Enjoy the salty goodness of human suffering.
Oh, Jesus. You've just
For
got to be a
just
politician or
$1.29.
something to do that. Just be a politician to do that, mate.
Welcome to the No Nonsense Coffee Store. We call things by what they are, not by these fancy, frivolous names that nobody really understands anyway. It's not the Americano, it's just fucking black coffee. And a flat white is white coffee. Cappuccino's frothy
white
coffee. Latte is milky coffee. Miniature coffee. Milk-topped coffee. Choco coffee. Tea is not coffee. And hot chocolate is still not coffee.
No, that's got nothing to do with coffee.
Wait a minute, you did
I like
great
that.
until you got down to tea and hot chocolate.
Yeah. Great.
Police found neighborhood pedophile shot in the head 27 times, saying it's the worst suicide they've seen in decades.
Really?
Cheers, mate. Here's a bit of fact for you.
Wow.
China built the world's largest air purifier. 328 feet tall, the anti-smog tower can produce 10 million cubic meters of fresh air every day.
That's awesome. Wow. Does that actually exist?
Yeah. I looked it up.
Holy moly. That's awesome.
All I'm saying is if Starfleet existed, I'd be on a very different career path.
I always wondered what that shit was around his face.
It's actually a hair barrette that they fashioned into a set of visors so he could see.
Mega advanced technology. What's wrong
You know,
with
the
just a
sad
pair of
reality
fucking
is
glasses?
we're about that close to being able to enable something like that.
Probably are.
They're already planting subcubital things to interact with your brain. They're doing it for deaf people. It's a matter of time before they do it for the visually impaired as well.
The blind.
They're not blind. They're visually impaired, mate. It's not politically correct to call them blind.
Oh shit!
That's
yeah,
derogatory.
yeah.
You're only allowed to be derogatory when you're talking about smokers and vapors. So I did find a little problem. You know, I'm reading this book about healthy eating and, you know, what's causing all of the disease and death and disability in this country. And everything talks about eating raw vegetables, right? Raw fruits and vegetables and the benefits of drinking raw milk. And, you know, did you hear Sue and Jim have started drinking raw milk? Wow, the news says that that's poison. Well,
yeah,
the news never talks about how all the veggies are now treated with glyphosate.
Glyphosate, Jesus Christ.
And if you've been on Facebook anytime recently, you'll come to find out it causes cancer.
No shit.
And a bunch of other things. Here you go, man. I do this, but it costs too much. Nice parking.
Nice parking.
Please don't reproduce. Here's a condom to make sure you comply.
Yeah, don't want any more you to breed.
Anybody have the Star Trek Enterprise on their bingo card for September?
Holy shit. That's so cool.
When your mom tells you to shut up and you mumble something under your breath?
Oh, yes. It doesn't necessarily have to be your mum either. Your wife.
So here we have the Danish flag, the Swedish flag, and the Finnish flag.
The checkered flag. Okay, now.
Come on, you got to give these kids at least a half a point for creativity.
You got to, haven't you?
Write a story to match this picture. Make sure to use capitals and punctuation.
Okay.
I ordered a pizza, not hot dogs. I want pizza. I am so mad.
I'm so mad. Oh, you gotta love him, haven't you?
Okay, which is the third letter of the alphabet?
Oh, Christ. That's kind of
Why would they do
nature
that?
thing,
Why would they do that?
Well, that's just like, what the fuck? It's B. No, it's not. It's C. You think?
Me, when somebody doesn't believe me and they Google it and see that I'm right.
Ha ha. Mary
Mary
Berry.
Berry.
The cake queen.
Me showing up every day with fresh memes harvested from exotic lands to entertain all the ungrateful peasants on this show.
Yeah. I'm here. Thank you. Thank you. I'm here.
Uber will soon know if you're drunk and could refuse to pick you up. Doesn't that defeat the whole fucking point of Uber?
Exactly. That's the whole idea. What a crazy one.
The only part of the Olympics I can truly relate to is the Canadian swimmer Maggie McNeil, who didn't realize she won gold because she wasn't wearing her glasses in the pool.
What?
That's me at night, every night when we go to bed. When I finally say, okay, you know, I've laid here long enough watching this TV. I need to take my glasses off, put them on the headboard, and go to sleep. And then I can't fall asleep, and I'm like, I can't see the TV. Honestly, don't know how to earn that 5th star. Dr. Lewis saved my life! Only gave him a 4-star review. Shit.
Oh, man.
Oh, man. You want to ride that bus to school?
Well, at least if you roll it, you know you're gonna. At least if you roll it over, you know you're gonna land on your wheels.
Hey! I remember carving one of these for the Pinewood Derby when I was 12.
Jesus.
We've been expecting you.
A disc.
Hok Tui Tonic. Want a Hok Tui Tonic?
A Hok Tui. Spit on that thing. Not supposed to spit.
Don't tread rhythmically.
Sandworm. Beetlejuice.
Americans will use anything but the metric system.
Yeah. Tell us fucking about it. My
242 dicks
tell
long.
Me about it. Tell us about it.
If you wear a falconry glove to the park and frantically look around the sky, everyone with a small dog will leave.
That's awesome idea. That's fucking class. Hey, Mr. Golden Eagle, come on. What, you're hungry?
FDA issues warning about black licorice for Halloween. FDA says it tastes like shit.
Licorice, it's pretty gorgeous. I love licorice.
I love licorice too. My wife hates it.
Oh, it's lovely licorice, man.
Here you go. Just when the Enterprise was here, of course, it can't happen without the Borg. Woman records a massive Q-shaped UFO hidden in clouds on Florida beach. Okay. Who had the Borg for September?
Jesus.
Visiting Italy. So beautiful. Such a different take than the United States.
Oh,
not really.
Holy moly.
Why does the cinnamon roll look like E.T. is busting a nut?
Holy fuck. Go home. I don't want to go home. I'm home. I don't want to go home.
Hey, man, your triggers are your responsibility. It isn't the world's obligation to tiptoe around your dumbass.
Yeah.
Barack Obama and his grandfather. Let me introduce you to Barack Obama's grandfather, CIA agent Stanley Dunham, who was George Bush's senior cousin. Don't believe me?
Hang on a minute.
Look it up.
How was his granddaddy white?
Look it up.
Interesting. Stanley Dunham, eh? Interesting.
Meanwhile, Trump's thing was he wasn't a real American citizen. They wanted to see his birth certificate, remember?
There
was no mention ever about his grandfather being a CIA agent or related to George Bush.
I would have let the cat out of the fucking bag, wouldn't it? Would have fucked his argument right up.
Me, when I go to the hobby store looking at what I thought was a 50-year-old plane and then getting corrected by the little snot-nosed kid saying, no, man, this is a 50-year-old plane.
No. Fucking time fly. Fly. Oh, my God.
Stay on target. Stay on target. Scientists have discovered a black hole that absorbs all food falling to the floor.
Good dog. Oh, yeah. That's everybody's pooch.
Florida man claims he only drank at stoplights and not while driving. Arrested for DUI.
That makes sense, mate. Yeah. Dream on. Oh. Sorry.
If you don't see a chair, you better get your eyes tested.
I need my eyes testing, mate.
Or speak to the old lady about getting laid. Hey, man, it's been 139 years and Doc is still fresh as ever. 1885, 2024.
2024. Looks good for his age.
And may he rest in peace. James Earl Jones.
James Earl Jones.
You hear about that?
Yeah, he's the voice of Darth Vader, isn't he?
Yeah.
But seeing that, he's been in shitloads of films, like.
Okay, mate. You can have sex with one real person from all of human history. Who's your ultimate lay?
Christ. I used to like Marilyn Monroe, like.
So's my wife. I'm convinced my wife would do Marilyn Monroe if she had the opportunity.
Yeah. Which, yeah, that's was a few.
Phil 8248 says, I'd like to have sex one more time with my wife who passed away from cancer 9 years ago. My body still yearns for hers. The ultimate downside to finding the one is she may die young and leave you wanting for the rest of your life.
That's very interesting, but you know, you didn't mention that your wife had died.
And then there's always that one dick. I also choose this guy's dead wife.
Oh my God. Fuck off.
Free throat punch when you order pumpkin spice ribs.
Oh yeah, I don't think I'll be ordering them then. Fuck that.
Who the fuck would want pumpkin spiced ribs?
Yeah.
Hey man, if a package of bacon isn't resealable, then it only contains one serving. That's just science. I didn't make the rules.
Yeah, that's what when you open it, you can't reseal it, and you've got to eat it all, haven't you? So that makes sense, doesn't it?
And here we go, a beautiful depiction of white girls as soon as one leaf hits the ground.
Jesus. Holy moly.
Bro, can you light me up? Bro, you are my light. Way to go, bro.
Oh my God. I've lit a cigarette off another cigarette, but not while it was still in his mouth. You know what I mean?
Gob to gob.
Oh no.
When somebody at work asked me how I'm doing today, if I was a bird, I'd fly into a ceiling fan. Hi.
What ideas?
Maggie.
Look at dear.
The fuck is this dog eat?
Shit with the hands, mate.
She's throwing up.
Oh, lovely. Oh.
All right. I'm taking a little break here. I'll be right back. Come on, let's go. Go.
I think that's just me and you lot on our own, guys. Oh. Let's have a quick look in the chat. Shell Demers fancies a banana comb. No, you're not, Mallory. I went Mallory. I'm not that bad, am I? Really? Really, am I that bad? No, I'm absolutely knackered, folks. I've just been done 9 days straight. And I'm now on my 2 days rest days. So my first day is like, so I'm down on my arse a day. Oh, thank you. Yeah, we're not talking about that. You lot have got an evil streak in you. Do you know that? You've got an evil streak. Definite evil streak. Why would you want to talk about Hunky? Oh. Cheers, William. Yeah, guys, like I said, I can only apologise to you all for obviously some weeks I am not here due to work commitments. This new job has got hours where you don't know your arse from your elbow. 1 minute you're early, 1 minute you're late, and 1 minute you're normal, and it just catches up with you, you know. You're like a zombie. So I'm knackered, absolutely knackered. But the show must go on. While obviously Alex has got to clean up dog puke. Yeah, but I did put a video of something recent. I did the review of that, didn't I? On my channel, I've done a review of this fella, which I absolutely adore. And I also done my review for that trail cam thing. It's not my cup of tea, like trail cams. You know what I mean? It was just something that was sent for nothing, so I thought I'd review it. Have you cleaned the puke up, sir?
Yeah, let her outside.
Oh.
Did not want to come back. Neither one of the girls.
See?
The old man is here. He's like, I know you're going to hand me a bone here soon.
See, with mine, the thing that repulses me about when my dog vomits, sometimes he actually licks it back up and you're like, no, don't do that. Mm-hmm. You're like, oh, no.
Is this you tomorrow morning?
Oh, definitely.
It's your day off.
And again, maybe not. Nah, I've got to be up early. I've got loads of jobs to do.
You could blame it on the drugs and alcohol. Warning, drug use may cause memory loss or even memory loss.
Oh, what?
Who needs a pickup truck?
Oh. That's not good.
Don't think I'd like to clean that mess up.
Nope. What is that?
How did a picture of me on a camping trip with a pack of cigarettes and my lighter and the dog end up in the dad jokes?
Odd.
Very.
That's Windows for you, mate.
Makes no sense because it's not even in that folder. Okay, whatever.
That's weird. That's weird.
Here's a Yankee Candle, perfect for any firefighter out there. Its scent is called Smoke Showing.
Smoke Showing. Oh, Jesus. Holy shit.
Hey, I'm going to have to stop you right there. That was more bullshit than any normal person could handle.
I like that.
Be thankful for the bad things in life, for they opened your eyes to the good things that you weren't paying attention to before.
Very true.
Exotic dancers, the ugly one's back, so you're going to have to drink a little more.
That's terrible.
You have never really lived until you have done something for someone who can never repay you.
Your good deed of the day.
And unlike this deed of the day, your chicken is so rubbery, Goodyear called and asked for the recipe.
Good old Gordon.
Gordon Ramsay. Such a savage man.
I like the one where he made somebody who was on that program. He got them a slice of bread and made them put on outside. He says, "What are you? I'm an idiot sandwich." That was fucking brilliant, that.
Oh, shit. Find the difference between 8 and 6. 8 is all curly, 6 is not.
I love it. Oh, the poor bugger.
Fill in the solutions, directions, read each of the problems, and come up with a solution for each one. Problem: you fell on the playground and scratched your knee. Solution: get up and deal with it.
Exactly. Well, that's perfectly correct.
There were 4 ghosts, then 1 flew away. How many ghosts are left? 4 minus 1 equals 0 because ghosts are not real.
Oh, dear me. Kids' logic's brilliant.
Write the following words in alphabetical order. The order they come in the alphabet.
What the fuck's up? Oh, I just done them. I like that. That is class. That is genius. That's genius. That is genius.
It is.
Come on, that's
genius level.
You've got to, haven't you? That is genius. He's wrote them in the alphabetical order in the alphabet. Brilliant. Brilliant.
Find X. Here it is.
Circled.
Oh, which is the best estimate for the length of a football? 1 foot ball.
Oh god, that's class.
The man pets the dog. You should not hit the dogs.
Jesus Christ.
Would you want to swim with a boy in this water? Circle yes or no and explain your answer. No. No, because there's trash in the water and he's chubby.
Not very nice. Oh. Oh, dear me. Correct, but not very nice.
Why are there rings on Saturn? Because God liked it, so he put a ring on it. Saturn was not a single lady.
Oh, God. Oh, dear me.
Kids are so brutally honest. This boy is ugly. Enough is enough, Judy.
Brilliant. Oh, the honesty.
Miranda can't see anything when she looks down in her microscope. Suggest one reason why not. She's blind.
Nice try. Oh, fucking hell.
Would you rather be stuck in an island all alone or with one person you hate? Why? I would rather be on an island with someone I hate, so I have something to eat. Can we recruit this guy to take out one of the billionaires?
Look at sure we can. Time on an island with him. I love it.
There was an unexpected system error. The data you were looking for is not here. In fact, we aren't even sure that it still exists. Looks pretty much like you're screwed.
That's what Windows should do. Give you boxes like that. At least you know.
At least be honest about it. You were censored, and we didn't want you to think that your information was valuable, so we just lost it.
Exactly.
Marcus is the strongest kid in second grade. He used to lift 12 pounds, and now he can lift 97 pounds. How much more can he lift now? Marcus is on steroids.
Oh, dear me. Oh, these kid ones are mint.
I think my mom should do less of this. Drink wine.
Big wine. Oh, dear me. Definitely lying kids for honesty.
Draw a picture of what you will look like in 100 years. In 100 years, I will be... Rest in peace, Warren.
True. Definitely. Love it.
These are trucks. This is an SUV with a birth defect.
That is, I can say that is ugly.
Fugly.
That is horrible.
We reserve the right to refuse service to anyone, no matter who you are, or who you think you are, or who your daddy is.
Who's your daddy is? Do you know who my dad is?
We don't care. A point moving through space is a line. An enclosed area that has height, width, and volume is a farm. The lightness or darkness of an object value. The way something actually feels or looks like it would feel. An enclosed area that has height and width is a shape. Draw a shape. What's your favorite hue? Hugh Jackman. Form. Form. Not farm. Is there enough information in the table to estimate the length of a day on Jupiter? Bacon? Give a reason for your answer. Bacon is always the answer.
I love the bacon. Hey, that's my kind of language, mate. I absolutely love that.
Oh, shit.
That's brilliant.
And that is
class.
the end of the dad jokes. I think there was one more. Mallory put something brilliant. In, there was a link.
That was quality, that, like.
Come on. Where are you? That was some awesome dad jokes today.
They were brilliant.
I could have swore there was a link in here. Well, now.
You think I'm crazy?
I already think you're crazy. I'm King Jaffe Joffer, ruler of Zamunda. So, you see, my son, there is a very fine line between love and nausea.
Lion King as well. The voice
with you,
the Lion
young
King.
Skywalker. Star Wars.
Not
a Jedi yet. I find your lack of faith disturbing. I am your father. So whenever you feel alone, just remember that those kings will always be there to guide you. And so will I.
The Lion King.
Oh,
The voice of the
man.
Lion King as well, wasn't he? What a voice.
James Earl Jones, may he rest in peace.
What a voice. Yeah, the Lion King. I forgot about that one. Awesome, awesome actor.
They just keep dropping like flies, man.
It's... Right. How old was he? Was he 90? How old was he? 90? 93 or something, was he?
31 minus 24, 7, 93.
93, aye. Still had a good innings. And Cats as well. Cats. He's like... He's got one of them voices you instantly recognise. Like, we've got a... Oh, what the hell do they call him again? Oh... What's he called? We've got a English actor. Oh, what's he called again?
There's lots of voices that
you
are
know his
very
voice.
distinct.
This guy you'll always know. Brian Blessed. Have you ever heard of Brian Blessed?
No, show me.
He's got a very booming voice. Have a look. I'll have a fucking gander here. Hang on. Where are we? Let's have a look. He's got he's on adverts and everything now. Come on, you little bastard. He's just such a. He does a lot of theatre work.
Mm-hmm.
But he's got one of them booming voices. Where is he? He's been on
Millions of creative assets on Motion
get
Array.
the advert out the way.
Join the biggest global businesses and enter a world with endless creative possibilities.
Good evening and welcome to Have I Got News for You. I'm Brian
Brian
Blessed.
Blessed.
Yes, it's me. Now, the BBC interviewed Jerry Adams. What did he say?
Didn't
His
this guy
voice.
go on about how
He's
she
very
supported
English and
a
very
whole list of
booming.
things he didn't approve of, basically?
Booming
When he
voice.
said Margaret Thatcher did
Yeah.
great hurt to the British people.
But
Although
he's
not
very
as much as
posh,
all those bombs,
polite,
eh,
isn't he?
Jerry?
Very theatre.
All right, Jerry, any time. Yeah. Right between you, gizzard.
I thought we politically moved on from issuing threats to former members of the IRA.
But teams like
Lord Howe of Aberavon was asked by Sky for his thoughts on his time in Thatcher's cabinet. And he said it was a long time ago. Well, yes, that's the idea when someone dies, Jeffrey. A bit of reminiscing about old stuff. Come on, shape up!
instead of being
You're on
loud
safer
and
ground
booming.
attacking Jeffrey Howe than you were with Jerry Adams.
Did you hear about
But
Julian
he-
Stiles? According to
he's
the Mirror,
English
Julian,
version of that.
58, was made redundant from his factory job in 1984. I've been waiting for that witch to die for 30 years, he said. Tonight is party time. I'm drinking one drink for every year I've been out of work.
Hello, you alright?
Yeah,
Have fun?
I had a great time, yeah.
Is it nice out there?
Very, absolutely beautiful. It's freezing though.
Well, of course, is it? The fucking Alps.
Guess what? I got 200 cigarettes as well.
Oh,
Just buy on your vape and short so you can rub it in.
radio.
Bye.
Shocking. My apologies. My daughter's just arrived back from a mini holiday. She's been to Switzerland for a 2-day break.
Switzerland?
So she's been up to see the mountains and everything. So she's been on a little break with her sister, the Alps and all that stuff. So she's just literally come back through the door there. She just said, I got 200 tabs as well, and I know it's a vaping show, and get out.
Listen, I want to know why she's not singing about the hills are alive with the sound of music.
Yeah, exactly.
She could be singing.
Yeah, it's a beautiful part of the world. Absolutely beautiful. It's just like the mountains and all that stuff. She said it was bloody cold. I says, yeah, because you're in a fucking mountain range. Of course it's cold.
Man, I remember when I was out in Colorado Springs. We helped a friend of ours move down to Texas, and then the guy that drove down there with me, the rental van, had an uncle lived in Colorado Springs, and we went up there to visit him before we started our trek back. And it was so gorgeous. Looking out the sliding glass door in this guy's house, you looked up and you saw the snow-capped mountains. He's like, it's a shame you guys don't have more time to stick around and we go drive up in the mountains. Go take a look at the ski slopes. I'm like, it's the middle of summer. He's like, yeah, but it's still snowing up there.
You're in t-shirt and shorts, and he wants you to go in the mountains. Don't think so.
Didn't come dressed for that.
I think if I was anywhere I'd want to go for that kind of stuff, I would like to see Canada. I think Canada looks beautiful. Really would
Canada
like to
is
go
beautiful.
and see the shit up there. Yeah, I would like to go to. I think that's probably something on my bucket list. If I could travel somewhere, I would like to visit Canada. It looks absolutely amazing.
It is, but it's like everything else. I mean, there are those beautiful parts, and then there's also your typical slums.
Yeah.
There isn't a city on the planet, I don't think, that doesn't have their own little slum.
No, you get shitholes. I mean, same here, London, they show you the palaces and Buckingham Palace and all this shit. Go down a few blocks or a few streets and it's a dump. You know what I mean? Absolute dump, and it's
like
horrible.
here in town. Don't go below the tracks. You go below the tracks, forget it.
The thing is, I've visited London a few times, and you can tell you're in the city. The air is heavy. There's no fresh air. It's heavy. It's fucking awful. I couldn't live down there. Not in a million years. It's very heavy and dank and polluted, and the car exhaust fumes. It's something you don't really smell when you walk around, but when you're down there, the stink. Absolutely lifting. I'm not a city
Long
dweller,
before I
couldn't
ever
live in a
even
city.
thought about, this whole vaping situation and the science for this and that, one of the headlines that really stuck in my brain for the longest time was when they had the Olympics in Atlanta, Georgia. They legit shut down the city except for public transportation. Because of the Olympics being there for security reasons and a bunch of other reasons, they legit permitted all the cars, and only certain cars were allowed to drive into the city. The rest of them were all forced to take public transportation. And they did that for the entire summer that the Olympics were there. Well, it was a year later, scientists started coming up and talking about how there was this dramatic drop in asthmatic attacks and emergency room visits for people with shortness of breath and chest pain and coughing, flus, and all that other stuff, because there was no excessive transportation in the city limits. Because of the Olympics, there was massive health improvement seen across the town. And it's like, man, we really should pay attention to some of these, tree huggers that are out there, because they have valid complaints. And I experienced that firsthand every time we went camping, because our camp was right on the border of Allegheny National Forest. You go and spend a weekend up there, you will come back feeling like a brand new person. Just getting out of the city for a weekend.
I'm not a city guy. I mean, we're close to a city, but we're not in the city. I mean, we're not. I'm a stone throw from Newcastle, but we're not actually in the city centre. We're on the borders. But London, it's like William just commented there. down there, the heat, when it's a hot sunny day, honestly, you melt. Because there's no air, there's no breeze, there's nothing. You just melt. Awful. I wasn't a fan of that. I mean, it's all right if you go to visit the big, you know, the tourist attractions, everything, but you can't in the London. I mean, we used to go down to Camden a lot. I don't know if William knows Camden Town. That place was rough, man. It was pretty rough. Absolutely rough.
I've seen that myself in Hungary as well. Many times that we visited, especially when I was growing up as a kid and stuff, and it's just like some of the places where some of our relatives lived were like immaculate areas where you couldn't find a piece of trash anywhere. And then there was other places that were just plain old dilapidated. And some of the cultural aspects of the town are completely lost because of how emaciated the area is. It's just like, they just doesn't mean anything to them anymore.
Yeah. It's like Williams just come there, Camden Market. The market's good down there, but the actual Camden Lock, is it? I could be wrong, but I don't know. I think it's a canal that runs through Camden Town. I think it is a canal. And the canal, had shopping trolleys, bin bags, you name it, all shit dumped in the canal. Now, I always remember that these guys were actually fishing it. They were fishing this canal, right? Which basically was eels, you know, big eels. That was basically what it had. Because apparently jellied eels down London is a delicacy. But vile.
No, no thank
but
you.
everyone their own. But they were actually fishing in this polluted canal, catching eels. And we asked, are you going to eat them? They went, oh, well, yeah, we're going to eat them. I said, there's fucking all sorts of shit in that canal. And you're going to come on. Yeah, they were going to eat them. Jellied eels. No, not good then.
Listen, when I first moved to Pennsylvania, you know, it used to be my weekend thing to just go down to the river and toss a hook in and, you know, catch whatever fish we had. But not once did I ever think about eating one of the fish I caught out of that river. With the steel mill, just a couple miles upstream, and there was one on both sides.
no.
And no. I half expected to pull out a fish with a third eye or, you know, God knows what kind of birth defects.
William said the canals had a bit of a change, so maybe they've cleaned it up. I mean, it's been a long time since I've been down London.
Well, it's like the Paris Olympics, you know, they were talking about how the swimmers, the triathlon, you know, wasn't going to commence because people were getting sick swimming in the Tyne.
Yeah, the people out in the boats, they were puking the rings up off the water, weren't they? That's a good fucking illustration for your country. Come on the boat. Ooh, what is horrible.
All right, remember how I told you that we broke Grok? Asking some of these questions and whatnot. I didn't even bring up some of the bizarre ones that it came up with. I asked it to come up with a creative logo for us for this week's stream. Care to see what they look like?
How about them? I bet you wish you had a fucking body like that. Holy
like
fuck.
I said before, man, I'm not Hunky. The Vape is.
Yeah. Okay.
That's what it come up for you.
Eat vaping. Okay. Oh, hey. Look at you there, man. Knocking 20 years off you. Oh, yeah. Knocked 30 years off you there, like. You hunky hunk.
I feel like we're playing GTA, man.
Exactly. Oh, God, look at me.
He keeps wanting to turn you into an alien, man.
I know, I'm a dodgy looking. Get on that. Fucking hell.
What kind of gas mask are you wearing?
I don't know. Yeah. It's putting years, this kid. Have a look at me, and I'm a friggin'...
There you go. That took 20 years off of you.
I'm looking like some kind of alien, me. That's not fair. Heed vaping. But basically, I'm an alien. Thanks. Thanks, GROK, or Victoria. Oh, look at that. There's an evil streak there. Why am I a fucking alien? What the
I have
fuck?
no idea, mate. There seems to be a general theme that it keeps going for both of us. Don't understand why. All right, so I asked it to summarize. Did I not? What's going on? Why didn't it go the other way? Summarize my Twitter content. It says, based on the post from X, Hunky Vape appears to be an advocate for nicotine vaping as a harm reduction strategy and is critical of the regulations and misinformation surrounding vaping products. Here is a summary of the content posted by Hunky Vape. Advocacy for vaping, critique of nicotine regulations, engagement with health and policy figures, live shows and content creation, educational efforts, personal credentials, and DIY. Overall, Hunky Vape uses X to advocate for vaping as a less harmful alternative to smoking, educate others, critique regulatory approaches, and engage in broader discussions about health policy and personal freedoms related to nicotine use.
But anyone would put that on your CV.
Interesting.
Yeah. Fucking vaping heat an alien. You cheeky bastard.
Generate a cool logo for user Heed Vaping using existing Heed Vaping logo's inspiration. I tried to get it to change what it was doing based on what your current logo is. And it ignored me.
Thank you.
Cool logo for Heed Vaping, inspired by existing Heed Vaping logo, featuring a stylish cartoon character vaping with a futuristic twist.
I'm definitely futuristic, alright. Fucking Star Trek.
I'm like, generate a cool logo for ex-user Hunky Vape.
Oh, you're getting some good ones, yeah. Getting some cracking ones.
I don't know, mate.
I'm just a Martian. I am Martian.
What else do we have? What else do we have in the show that we didn't talk about here? Guy Felicia. Look who I bumped into in downtown Vancouver today. Conservative British Columbia leader John Rustad for BC. We had a friendly chat about 10 minutes. I told him how harm reduction saved my life and that it's an important safety net to keep in place even for governments focused on recovery. I'm like, really?
Interesting.
He listened. A politician that actually listens to you? He said he'd like to talk further with me. You know what he didn't do? He didn't call me a shill. He didn't question who pays me or whether I deserve my job or my salary. This is how politicians should engage with the public, who has different perspectives and points of view than they do. Did I convince him that programs like supervised consumption and prescription alternatives save lives? Or that calling these programs radical and wacko harms more people than it could possibly help? Probably not. He's trying to win an election after all. But I do appreciate the respectful conversation. Some of his party's candidates could really take a lesson from him.
Happy days, man. But I suppose you find that when you colour them 1-to-1, but as soon as they fuck off, they're just fucking a guns out the other end, isn't it?
Yeah. Remove.
Wow.
Bet you'll find this interesting. Tobacco product user fees. Existing current user fees for tobacco products. $711 million. Almost $712 million.
712. Yeah.
Federal excise taxes, not including the state excise taxes on tobacco products, $4.5 billion.
Wow.
FDA tobacco is the definition of regulatory capture. And they're crying the blues. We need more funding. Really?
Okay, now.
What do you need more funding for?
Jesus. Wow. Shit. That's a dang lot of money, matey. Damn lot of money.
Walking around a busy UK town today, didn't see anyone vaping. Did see plenty of smoking, though. The UK has no chance of getting to smoke-free by 2030 at this rate, especially if tobacco control and the government keep on with their bullshit attacks on the vastly less harmful alternatives.
Definitely.
Here's something interesting. Did you know that Elon Musk is working on sending a starship to Mars?
Really?
In 2 years.
I know there was a rocket launch from Florida today. I'm not sure what the mission is or anything, but they did say they've launched a rocket from Florida today.
It is to go to the highest. Where is it? It was up here in the suggested content. It is to go to the highest orbit since the Apollo missions.
Ah.
That's their goal for today, is to experience and to study the health effects of being that high in orbit and to see if there's anything that they didn't learn from the past or some documentation that was there. But in 2 years, he plans on sending an unmanned spacecraft to Mars. That's the next window of opportunity to align the trajectory and send a spaceship there. In 2 years...
You're kind of touching on Mars exploration anyway. I mean, I know obviously NASA's well involved with it. They've already sent shit to Mars, but for a guy, an entrepreneur, to actually fund a mission to Mars is, it's a lot of money.
Yeah, in 2 years, he's sending an unmanned spacecraft there. And then in 4 years, it will be the first crewed flight to Mars.
Holy fuck. Is that really possible?
You just need the will and the money to do it.
Yeah, but it's a long way, isn't it?
Have you seen these rockets that they're using now?
Personally, I don't know, I haven't kept up with it a lot, but I think space exploration kind of died a bit after the shuttle disaster, didn't it? They've never really done that much with launches, have they? You always used to hear of shuttle launches. There was a shuttle launch now and every 12 months. Up and went, blah, 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 doing this, that, and the other experiments. Obviously, since the disaster, the space exploration seemed to dwindle away a bit, didn't it?
This I want to look up. I truly want to know, is it truly just dextrose and sugar that they have in Gatorade now? Because somebody posted this and it said Gatorade was originally in a glass bottle and only had 5 ingredients: water, sugar, salt, potassium, and lemon juice. It was the perfect hydrating beverage. And they had to put a correction up, says, no flavor of Gatorade contains high fructose corn syrup. Sugar and dextrose are used for sweetener in all of its flavors. And the author of this tweet may be confusing it for Powerade.
Oh, right. I don't know.
Yeah, there we talked about that. We talked about Dr. Artist. He can go away now.
He's a funny little fella, like, isn't he?
Yeah, well, I had his website up there. He sells vitamin and nutritional supplements and a bunch of stuff like that.
That's what I'm kind of
Have you seen this guy?
Making money out of it somehow.
Oh, of course he is.
Deal gone wrong.
Been a vape deal gone wrong.
This blood-stained car, the aftermath of a brutal stabbing attack against a teenage boy.
If it wasn't for us, then you never know.
Qasim Al-Hariri and his dad used their own Camry to rush the victim to hospital after hearing his distress in the street.
He just said, "Help me," in a low voice. I walked up to him and I saw that his car's filled with blood and his stomach's filled with blood. Like, it was a mess. It was a mess.
The drama unfolded in front of the victim's Leon Street home in Salisbury North just before 8:30 last night. CCTV shows Qasim and his father rushing to the young man's aid.
I had to keep him conscious. So I kept on asking him, "How old are you? How are you feeling? Breathe slowly," and all that. Yeah, and I was on the phone with the ambulance during that time too.
And doctors
How you
at
feeling with that
McEwen were
stab
waiting
wound?
for them. It's understood the teen suffered 4 stab wounds, 2 to his stomach and thigh.
Just a normal kid, you know. Walk, drive around, cruise around, and play around. That's it, you know. It's crazy what happened last night with him.
7 News understands the victim may have been selling vapes here on a neighbouring street last night when the offender turned a knife on him. Today, detectives returned to that scene gathering evidence. They're yet to make any arrests but say it was not a random attack. Tonight, the young victim remains in a serious but non-life-threatening condition. Jasmine Turlings, 7 News.
Holy shit. Vape deal and you get stabbed. Shit. Wow. Oh, there sure is.
They are directly
nemesis.
speaking to millions and millions of people without oversight. Yeah, exactly. That's called fucking free speech, you stupid daft cunt. Sorry. No oversight by government bureaucrats. Well, if you are trying to uphold the Constitution, then you're allowing people to speak their mind. What is she saying exactly?
He has lost his privileges and it should be taken down. And the bottom line is that you can't say that you have one rule for Facebook and you have a different rule for Twitter. The same rule.
Why is there a rule at all? Americans should be able to speak freely.
He has lost his privileges and it should be taken down. And the bottom line is that you can't say that you have one rule for Facebook and you have a different rule for Twitter. The same rule has to apply, which is that there has to be a responsibility that is placed on these social media sites to understand their power. They are directly speaking to millions and millions of people without any level of oversight or regulation. And that has to stop. He has lost his privileges and it should be...
Yeah, that's why you're not getting my vote.
You idiot. Yeah, can you remember this?
Which one is that? Banana marshmallow custard tart?
Black currant soda.
Ooh, blackcurrant soda.
02 49
Yes.
on 20ml. I remember when I first got it, there was something in it that was very harsh. That was making us cough. Now, fucking divine. I've got it here. Absolutely fucking. What's happened to it? I mean, that's. When was that? Episode 0249. Fucking hell.
I got a whole box of it. I know exactly what you mean. There's so many times that I get
Awesome,
something and I
dude.
try it and I mix it and I'm like, that's not really that good. And I just don't wait for it to
awesome,
reach
dude.
maturity.
That black currant and that is amazing. That, I mean, God, how old's that? 249. Christ. It must be 6 months old. Easy.
Yeah. Here you go.
22. I learned, I think I was, 22 when I started that work. I learned that with the swipe of my pen, I could charge someone with the lowest level offense. And because of this.
All right, I need to turn this up because it looks like it's not loud enough for you guys to understand this. I want you to understand how evil and sadistic this person is.
I learned, I think I was, 22 when I started that work. I learned that with the swipe of my pen, I could charge someone with the lowest level offense. And because of the swipe of my pen, that person could be arrested. They could sit in jail for at least 48 hours. They could lose time from work and their family maybe lose their job. They'd have to come out of their own pocket to help hire a lawyer. They'd lose standing in their community. All because of the swipe of my pen. Weeks later, I could dismiss the charges, but their life would forever be changed. So I learned at a very young age the power. I learned, I think I was,
Imagine if she has the power of the presidential pen to issue whatever executive order comes to the whim of her desk.
Oh, yes. Very dodgy. So does that mean you're going to be a Trump voter, or are you just going to vote for another fucking stupid party that doesn't exist? Type of thing?
That's my only other choice. In this state.
Yeah. Well, yeah, they've already got them two candidates going, haven't they? Smaller parties will probably not even get a look in, will they?
They won't let them on the ticket.
But yeah.
Anyway, after all the misinformation that Australian government health has delivered over the recent years, I don't feel I can trust anyone in public health system at all, ever again. Am I the only other person that feels like this?
Hell no.
No.
Do you not think the whole world is getting like that now? You know, the UK, we don't trust the government anymore. Obviously, the US have never trusted the government. And there's a lot of countries now, I mean, France was another one. There's a lot of countries now are just like waking, I suppose they're waking up to what's going on with these governments. You know, you just didn't have, do you?
Yeah.
A responsibility that he has lost his privileges, and it should be taken down. And the bottom line is that you can't say that you have one rule for Facebook and you have a different rule for Twitter. The same rule has to apply, which is that there has to be a responsibility that is placed on these social media sites to understand their power. They are directly speaking to millions and millions of people with.
Yeah, that's the whole idea of the internet. Anybody can open up a website and say whatever they want, and everybody on the planet has access to read that. It's called free speech.
Agree with it, but it's there. Yeah. I don't like her. Like,
I want to ask you a question.
Have you seen the interview that she did? And turn the gain down.
No,
I'll blow your eardrums away.
No.
Governor Walz, the country is just starting to get to know you. I want to ask you a question about how you've described your service in the National Guard. You said that you carried weapons in war, but you have never deployed actually in a war zone. A campaign official said that you misspoke. Did you?
Well, first of all, I'm incredibly proud. I've done 24 years of wearing the uniform of this country. Equally proud of my service in a public school classroom, whether it's Congress or the governor. My record speaks for itself, but I think people are coming to get to know me. I speak like they do. I speak candidly. I wear my emotions on my sleeves, and I speak especially passionately about our children being shot in schools and around guns. So I think people know me. They know who I am. They know where my heart is. And again, my record has been out there for over 40 years to speak for itself.
And the idea that you said that you were in war, did you misspeak as the campaign has said?
Yeah, I said we were talking about, in this case, this was after a school shooting, the ideas of carrying these weapons of war. And my wife, the English teacher, told me my grammar is not always correct. But again, if it's not this, it's an attack on my children for showing love for me, or it's an attack on my dog. I'm not going to do that. And the one thing I'll never do is I'll never demean another member's service in any way. I never have, and I never will.
I just one other question, because again, this is all new.
Yeah.
Wow. Weird. He said he's fought in active service, but he didn't. Holy
I don't know his military record or not, but he's not the one that scares me. She is.
Hmm.
Have you seen this commercial?
Yeah, just
corporate corruption, world. Are you or your loved ones suffering from illnesses such as TDS, also known as Trump derangement syndrome? Do you dismiss or deny the current issues facing our country, such as historic inflation, illegal immigration, corporate corruption, World War III escalations, and the chronic disease epidemic? Are you willing to elect someone who was the least popular vice president in modern history, and who offers no policy or vision for America simply because your brain keeps telling you anyone but Trump? If so, you might be struggling from TDS. Introducing Independence. Independence allows you the freedom to finally think independently once again. Instead of believing everything you hear from the mainstream media, Independence allows for constructive critical thinking.
I used to hear people on the news say things like
Donald Trump and the movement he has encouraged are a threat to democracy.
and I instantly believed it. With Independence, I now realize the media is run by the Democrat elite, who are a corrupt oligarchy that censors free speech, silences political opponents, supports forever wars, and abandons democracy by anointing its candidates.
Independence may not be for everyone. If you enjoy being lied to about your president's cognitive abilities, support Orwellian totalitarianism, or are excited about communist fiscal policy, Independence may not be right for you. Common side effects of Independence may include an awakening of rational thought, successfully identifying propaganda, freedom of choice, loss of hatred, anti-narcissistic behavior, and love of democracy.
I used to blindly hate whoever my party was running against. I didn't care about facts or policy because I was hopelessly indoctrinated. With Independence, I'm much more interested in policies that uphold democracy, and I truly care about the health of our country and its citizens.
Ask your doctor if Independence is right for you, and enjoy your freedoms once again.
Holy shit, what the fuck? TDF, I fucking love it.
Trump derangement syndrome.
Holy moly, man.
Oh, we covered that one already.
Are you or your loved
Tell you what it is like. Your country's fucked, mate. We're two dodgy fucking electoral presidents. Holy fuck.
Oh, Simon Chapman.
Dang.
We haven't seen him in a while.
Yeah. There's not a lot of research that's been done on the effects of these yet either. Do we know if there is anything harmful inside them in terms of the vapor?
Look, if you compare a cigarette and you compare one of those things, there's no contest. These are a lot less dangerous.
Yeah.
There's no sensible argument on that level.
Yeah. There's not a lot of research that's been done on the effects of these yet either. Do we know if there is anything harmful inside them in terms of the vapor?
Look, if you compare a cigarette and you compare one of those things, there's no contest. These are a lot less dangerous.
Yeah.
There's no...
Thank you, Simon Chapman. Your information is so wonderful.
Exactly. Wow.
What else we got?
What time is that a presidential debate on in your time? What time they're on?
Well, let's ask Google. September 10th, 9 to 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. 9 to 10:30.
Let's hope there's nobody in the audience with a fucking gun then.
No, I think they're going to do it the same way they did the last one. Just the two schmucks up on stage.
Right.
No audience.
The two of them.
First, they scammed you on skin cancer when the sun is good for you. Now they're scamming you again on cholesterol to sell you a lifetime of medication. This entire narrative of cholesterol being the villain of heart disease was built on a lie. What doctors fail to tell you is, please tell me.
% of its users muscle, liver, and nerve damage.
Job creation.
Did you know that? If you know someone on a statin, please read this. This is from Midwestern Doc Substack. So Robert F. Kennedy actually tweeted out, brave dissident doctors like Pierre Corey can help clear away the smoke of corporate profiteering so that we can see clearly the causes and solutions to the chronic disease epidemic. The great cholesterol scam and the dangers of statins. That's what this is called. Get this. So in the 1960s and 70s, a debate emerged about what causes heart disease. On one side was a guy named John Yudkin, effectively argued that sugar being added to our food by the processed food industry was the chief culprit of heart disease. On the other side was someone named Ansel Keys, who attacked Yudkin's work, argued that it was due to saturated fat and cholesterol. And now we know the rest of the story, don't we? That it's actually sugar, and fat and cholesterol aren't bad for you, but let's read on.
Wait, it says a case can also be made mass adoption of vegetable oil.
A case can also be made that the mass adoption of vegetable oil leads to this increase in heart disease. Well, that's what we were just talking about, seed oils. Ansel Keys won this debate. The guy who said it was fat and cholesterol. Yudkin, the guy who said it was sugar, he was largely dismissed, and Keys became the nutritional dogma.
What are they, the president of fucking, if something causes heart, are they the president of that? Why are two guys debate the end all be all?
Let's read on, Kurt. A large part of Keys' victory was based on his study of 7 countries. He studied.
Long story short, he documents and shows you all the scientific studies that say that he was wrong. It's a combination of the sugar and the seed oils being in our diet, and statins cause more harm than they could potentially help by adjusting your good and bad cholesterol. Anyway, William Dobson is 100% right. It's time for us to have a retro vape.
Let's go.
Yeah.
And I'm going to quick nip the loo. Roll the bumper. I'm toileting. Go for it.
A long time ago in a galaxy not so far away, we had, who's this company? I never heard of him. Centaurian Vapor created the RAM box mod. Somebody had mentioned last week that they had the RAM box mod, and I'm like, oh, I ordered that one. Let me get it out and do it for our retro vape. And I see I need to adjust the brightness. Hey, there you are. Put some light on the subject so we can see everything. All right. RAM box mod. Let's get this thing opened up without showing any URLs. Whew. That was tight. Pop that out. Nice little squonker. Is this truly totally sealed? My goodness. Cheryl, using it now, she says. Look at that. Boy, that got some tightness to that button. And this is sticky. What's up with this being sticky? Uh-oh. Did that not fully set? Is that the issue? Very sticky. RAM box mod. Very simple design. Nice little squonker. All right, so this is the ground loop, and that's for the positive, so positive and down. Interesting. So the magnet is supposed to be stuck here, and it's not stayed in. The glue hasn't stayed. Ruh-roh. It's pretty bad when you pick up something straight out of the package and you already have to do repairs to it. Nothing little super glue won't fix later on, though. Pop that in there.
Oh, my apologies. I'm back. Oh,
Bummer.
What's the initial thoughts on this box mod?
Well, this is sticky. Like it isn't properly set. Like my fingerprints being left on the panel.
Holy
Not
moly.
good. The magnet did not stay attached.
Oh, it fell off.
Anytime I put it in there.
Shit.
Bummer.
That's not good.
Fully mechanical switch. Nice tension on there. So I need a squonking drip tip. Looks like we got a squonking tip in there.
It's a mech squonker, yeah?
That's one of the problems with
Nice
this drop.
colour. It's a nice
Yeah, I do
colour,
like the
though.
blue.
It looks nice.
Ruh-roh.
That's a bit tight, isn't it? That's a bit tight.
Sure is.
Always the same in it. You do a live, go to wake something, and it goes fucking you bastard.
Tits up. Does not want to go through there. We'll thin her down.
Come on, you motherfucker, get in there. She's peeping through, she's peeping. There we're gone. That was a bit of a bitch, wasn't it?
Just a tad, my friend. Where'd me other tweezers go? I don't know. Use the ceramic ones. Just tuck and roll. Get it onto the deck.
Yeah, it's a dripper. Just bang it in there.
We're squonking it, so we need to get the cotton onto the deck. What are we going to use here? I just made that strawberry watermelon. Let's pull in... How about this one? Nectarine, mango, pineapple, citrus.
Ooh. That's a
local test first.
Hmm.
Nothing wrong with it. Need some more sweetness. I can kind of smell the pineapple. Yeah. The mango. I don't taste it. The only thing I really taste is like the nectarine a little bit. But it's like muddled with the citrus in it. It's like too many like flavors. How about we pull out our Vape pink lemonade?
Good old pink lemonade, man. Tried and tested. Remember to fill the squonk bottle. Remember to put the squonk bottle. Remember to fill it.
She works.
Now it is. It reminds me of that. It is such a similar design. A similar design to the wrong fucking glasses again.
That should be good enough to test her out. Twist it up.
Although this is a dual battery, but you know the Geek Bake Met Pro, it's got that kind of similar thing in it with more some like that kind of box mod there. Very similar. Which again is a cracking mod.
Cut the airflow down. It's not bad. Especially because I really didn't even bother to try and pair up a good coil to the battery that's in here.
Yeah, I mean, it's a mech, isn't it? So, you know, most mechs.
You can straight up battery voltage to it. It works.
Yeah.
Most of the characteristics of this e-liquid are present.
That's spot on. Nice looking mod, like, I'll give it that. Huh?
Yeah. It does its job. Could they have spent a little bit more money when they developed it? Made sure like the glue that they used to glue the magnet in actually kept the magnet in?
Yeah, it's a bit of a bummer, that one. Like.
Could they make sure that the resin panel fully cures before it gets put into a box? Is this a UV curing resin? Do I need to put it outside in the sun and let the UV rays fully cure it? Or is it based upon a mix? I don't know.
I mean,
fortunately, my wife does resin crafting, so I've got a UV light downstairs. I can try and cure the resin with it.
I know, but if they're selling it to the public, you shouldn't have to do that, should you? It should be already done and dusted.
It shouldn't be sticky.
Yeah, no.
It should be fully cured before it goes in the packaging.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. You don't want to be buying a modern and have to stick it under a UV light, do you? God almighty.
Very simple user manual. They do have battery safety covered in multiple languages. How to fill the juice bottle. Safety lock button. So you can twist it. So they say.
Yeah, the dip, it does the job. It does the job, really, doesn't it? No.
It does the job, but if I remember correctly, this wasn't cheap. You know what I mean? It wasn't like a $20 box mod or something. Even on clearance, it was, I think, 50 or 60 bucks.
Really? Wow.
Let's take a look and see if we can find anything on the internet still about it. RAM. Box mod. Centurium RAM BF mod. Watofo. Guess how much it is now? 20 bucks.
No way.
So whoever I bought it from seriously upcharged it, because on Watofo's website it was originally retailing for $45.99.
It's
7mm squonk bottle. RAM bottom feed mod. Offers full day vaping without frequent refilling. Has a fire button with a safety lock to prevent accidental firing. Came in a wood grain panel. Dark green, green and yellow, blue, purple, and a black and orange.
I've got one here. He's got a quick update. The appear the model received was from the first batch. You can tell by the lack of insulation around the fire button and the lack of battery ribbon. A gold-plated ring on the 510, which makes connection snapped.
$2017.
2017, that's correct, aye.
Jay Hayes did a review on it. Wonder if he smashed it. And there's like, the knurling on this is so freaking smooth, you can't really turn it. That's supposed to be a way for you to disable it. I mean, it works. For 20 bucks, I'd be really, really happy to pick this thing up. It's always good to have a mech squonker.
Yeah,
but I don't think it would be a daily driver.
No.
I mean, it could be.
Especially if you're not. I know, but especially if you're not into really like swanking, you know what I mean? Depends if you're into it. You know, there's a website here called Vape Shack, and they're selling it for 60 quid still. 60 quid.
Mate, you can go right to Wotofo's website and pick it up for 20. Plus whatever they charge you for shipping. Assuming that they're still selling it. You know, a lot of this stuff, when you go to look at it years later, it's like they forget about these things and like they don't even update the website. Like, we don't sell it anymore. It wasn't until you try and complete an order that they go, oh shit, oh, we're still selling this.
Yeah, that's a bummer, that one.
Cheryl said she paid $42 for it. Obviously, tax and stuff goes on top of that, but I'm not disappointed for having it.
Yeah, it's just a quality issue, isn't it, really?
It works. This is something that I could fix, and so is the magnet. So, and you got 2 extra skunk bottles.
Well, that's handy. That's not too bad.
That's actually a rarity nowadays.
Oh, God, aye.
A lot of this stuff comes with 1 skunk bottle, and you got to order spares yourself.
Yeah. That's... I think it's what they call cost-cutting, my friend.
No mention of Wotofo on this box.
No packaging or nothing like that. Interesting.
It said it was manufactured by Centaurian Technology. So, was there a Centaurian Technology that manufactured this? And Wotofo bought them out? Or is this a knockoff of a Wotofo mod? I don't know. Back when I was Vape Apocalypse shopping, I bought a lot of stuff on some of the Chinese websites. J-Vape and A-Vape and Z-Vape and whatever they were.
Yeah.
This could be a knockoff, for all I know.
The possibility, but like I say, with the quality issues you've just found.
So, while we have this as a beautiful retro vape, how about we jump forward in time to today and evaluate something that is being released today. I already saw it on a couple websites. It's live, available for sale. So let's tear into this and see what this mouth alone.
Let's have a look.
251 Performance says that it's a subsidiary of Wotofo.
Possibly, yeah.
Kind of like, who was that? With Geek Vape. Oh. Which one was it that I had? There was a modern tank that I bought that was actually a subsidiary of Geek Vape and sold it under that brand. Geek Vape actually manufactured it, but it was presented to the public as a separate company. Oh, it's going to bug me until I remember what it was. I don't know. I'll dig into that and figure that out for you. Anyway.
Can't see anything. Can't see anything on there, like. Never mind. Never mind. Digiflavor?
Digiflavor, yes. Digiflavor was a Geek Vape.
Yeah. 251 Performance, put that in chat, Digiflavor.
Thank you. Thank you. All right.
I've got a couple of MTL tanks, but I very rarely use MTL tanks.
Oh, look at
Very
that.
rarely use them. Oh, it's got all the little hole sizes as well. Oh, that's cool.
Multiple reducers for the airflow.
Yeah, the airflow hole sizes, aren't there? Isn't it a weird shape? What the fuck's that on the top?
That's your drip tip, man.
That's a long drip tip, isn't it?
Man, is that a tight draw? Z1.
Depends what.
Digiflavor.
That's them.
The side by side.
Yeah, that tank might go on the side by side. It would be nice on the side by side. That's a thought. Little fit.
Oh, is that delicious? So we have a true month-long experience. Here's your 510 drip tip adapter. Look how small that orifice is. This is definitely mouth to lung.
Yeah,
and
I
it's
like a
continued
small
all the way
orifice.
up, smooth bore.
You like a small orifice.
Oh, for mouth to lung, you have to, mate.
I wasn't thinking of that.
Oh, I know what you're thinking of.
Sorry.
There's the airflow. And juice flow control. You see that in there?
Oh, that's cool. Juice flow control. Don't see that very often now.
Unscrews from the tank. My goodness, is that tight? What'd you do to me, Hell Vape? Is this one of those ones where you got to line up the dots? See, there's a dot here. Yep.
Dotty lady up high.
Line up the dots. There's your mouth to lung. There's your airflow reducer. Man, is that tight already?
I wonder what size that's already in stock.
So this airflow reducer is actually a 510 pin. So you unscrew the 510 pin to change your airflow
It's your
opening.
hole size. Yeah.
So that's 1.2. This is 2.0.
What's the biggest? Is that the biggest size, the 2.0?
You got 0.8, 1, 1.5, 1.8, and 2.0.
So 2.0 will be the biggest size. Interesting. We'll combine the pin and the airflow together. I know 2.0 that's already. They look very similar.
This is 1.2.
1.2.
And this one's 2.0.
Very simple way, like, to change it over. Just one pin in, one pin out.
And the tip on that screwdriver is not fine enough.
There you go.
And while we have this apart, let's put this back on there. Make sure it's nice and tight. And then this has to line up with the slots for it to fit down in. Quarter turn.
It's like a bayonet fitting, yeah. A bit of a fucking weird one. Like you say, when you've got a black, black deck, and that, it looks like it's difficult to see the marks, doesn't it?
It is, but once you get that mark lined up, it comes out very easily. That's a big difference from like the Hell Vape one. Was it Hell Vape that did that? Who was it? There's another one I have here that has the same style base on it. You have to line it up on the bottom. But even when you had it lined up, pulling it apart was really hard. This one, when it lines up, it legit comes off really easily.
That could be a bit of a worry, because obviously once you get juice all over their moorings, it's really.
And if you don't like the super tall drip tip, you can swap it out for a shorter one.
Seeing that one look really long. I think that looks better. That one looked just so long, didn't it?
I personally prefer this one over the short one, but we'll go with you. I want to keep you happy watching this.
You can try them. You can try them both. You can obviously pull it out
I'm
and
sure
give it
I
a
will,
go.
mate.
Yeah.
But let's loosen this up. The threads on that is nice and smooth.
Any coils?
A little bit of tension on there originally. See if the screws come out. They do. The starting point for the threads are nice. No risk of cross-threading that. Cool.
Is there anything else there? Is there some coils included, or?
That's what we're looking at.
That's another fucking top cap, isn't it? I wonder what that's. Was our glass?
Another glass. Another chimney. So like they have an O-ring in the bottom of this. So it just literally rests up against it. There's no notch for this.
Yeah. Yeah,
Okay.
the top puts the pressure on to at least seal it, yeah.
So you want a
It's a
tall
tall
one
one.
or a short one?
Yeah, it'd be a bit better juice capacity in it.
Yeah.
Go tall. You want a bit of juice in it, didn't you?
Of course.
Go big or go home, as they say.
Tall or short?
Yeah, I'd go tall. You want a bit more juice in it.
Nice seal on there. These threads are good. Also included inside the packaging.
Wow,
We have our
box of Rogers.
screwdriver, extra screws, seals. And they included a coil.
A coil?
Come on, Hellvape. How come you don't mark what your coils are made of? Are they nichrome or are they canthal? There are people out there with allergies that don't want it unless they know what it is.
Yeah, that's what my
All right.
little pet hates at. When they put coils in, they don't tell you exactly the specs of it, you know. Like you see.
Yeah, because when you go to replace the coil, you would like to know what the original specs were. Was it a 24,
again,
28
like
gauge?
And again, like you said, if somebody's got any allergies, you know, they would like to know what the hell's going on with it, you know what I mean? A typical nice little mouth the lung coil there.
Yeah. What is that? 2 millimeter? Where's my coiling rods?
What's any important? Was it Dead Rabbit RTA, innit?
2? No. 3? No. Yeah, that's 2.5. I just want to make sure it wasn't one of those oddball sizes. You know how they used to have 2.8s?
Yeah.
Or 1.8s? Not 2.5. Fits in there just nicely.
Was that the MTL V2, is it?
MTL V2, yes. Dead Rabbit MTL V2. I love it. They did the same thing inside the Bushido V3. You have a slot for your coiling rod to sit in.
So that gives you the right height, yeah?
Okay. As fine and tiny as this is, you need that slot to make sure your coil's placed properly. I love it. I love it. I almost wish I would have. Good.
According to the specs, the coil is a 0.7 ohm Ni80 Clapton at 2.5 millimeter. That's what the reckon's in it. And also recommends you can use the borrow tank coils or borrow to however you will pronounce it, which will also fit that tank.
Wow, the cotton they gave in here is actually pretty loose. See, it's not moving that coil at all. Very loose in tension. It's all right.
What are the key improvements? From the first one that's in the second one, the key improvements are an upgraded juice well locking system, an airflow pin system with 6 options, a forceless build deck, and a steam condensing chamber for enhanced flavour. So it's got a steam condensing chamber, apparently. How that works, I do not know.
I don't know, but I was an idiot and didn't dry burn the coil before I wicked it and juiced it.
It's compatible builds up to 30 GA wire, 0.7 Ni80 clock and coil is included, but burr coils will also fit. Yeah, it's pretty basic. Nothing more detailed on it. A lot of the websites have got listed as coming soon.
Today's the release date, so...
Yeah. Burn that sucker in. Oh, just as well it did burned in. That's one huge hotspot.
We're good now.
That's good. Wow.
Very nice. Yeah, I'm glad I pulled that cotton out of there and burned that stuff off. Gave it a good dry burn. It did need space just a hair. That looks good. 0.80 after it's burned in. It was 0.5 something whenever I first got started.
Williams just put in chat the top coil leg could still do with the cut. Just check your top coil leg, see if it could still do with trimming. Other side. Could be that one.
Yeah.
Just to make sure it doesn't short. Make sure it doesn't short.
Yeah, because this is the one with the insulator. Don't want to short it out on the top cap. And we could obviously check it.
Safely as always.
0.80.
Fucking hell, that one fell through lovely. That's damn shoelace.
I should follow my instincts and just cut it flush with the tank.
Normally the case and just to drop it down on the deck.
And it just drops straight in. Beautiful.
Nice simple build. Give it that. Nice and easy to build on.
And like I said with the Bushido, the fact that they put the channel slots in so that you could put your coiling rod in there to hold it in place when you tighten the screws, essential.
That's a good feature. And plus it sets your height just nice as well. You know, there's no fucking about with the height of the coil, is it? It's just perfect height setting.
And she locks in beautifully.
As always, your coil position is also very important.
Thank you. Thank you, Hell Vape. You don't know how many tanks I've had before where you go to put your Gorilla Tip in there and it will not actually go in.
Fit.
This goes in just enough to know that you're inside the opening and it slides around without falling out.
It's got big fill ports, I'll give it that, like.
Thank you.
That's a plus.
Paying attention to detail. to screw on top.
Was it the rabbit that had that kind of design? It's the top screwed on and the bottom was a bayonet, the same as that. Was it a dead rabbit that done that?
I think it was the original Fat Rabbit that did that.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, the Fat Rabbit.
The original one.
That's right, yeah. But it took me a while to get my head around and think, I'm going to do a screw-on top cap with a bayonet type fitting for the actual chimney. I mean, like, how does that work?
So what am I going to put this on?
Oh.
What looks appropriate?
You definitely have to go regulated. You can't put it on a mech. I'm good.
Of course.
Thanks for asking.
Of course.
Been 25. Got me still getting. You want to fuck off, you, Mr. Fly.
Don't burn up the coil. Unlock. Sorry, folks.
Wow.
I wanted to use this OBS.
Wow. Oh, so we got that.
That was weird.
What's up?
All right, finally. My apologies. The OBS Cube fingerprint reader. We talked about this before. I think that looks beautiful with that.
Oh, yes. Very nice.
Appropriate size. And this is a fingerprint sensor on here. So it won't fire unless it recognizes the fingerprint once it's locked.
Ah, very nice.
All right, it's reading 0.84. Start off at what, 15 watts?
Yeah, I'll drop it down. That's who we are. He's deliberating. She's producing plenty of vapor for its size.
And the taste is there too. Come on. Trying to nail in the wattage for it.
Yeah.
$13 lacks some flavor. We'll go back up. 15. $16.
He's nudging it up, boys and girls, bit by bit.
17.
Getting there now.
20 watts.
20 watts.
20 watts has some heat to the vape. The full profile, flavor profile wakes up. I mean, it was good at 15. It was good at 17. And it's obviously going to vary based upon what pin you have inside there.
I think I used to run my MTRs about 20 to 22 watts, somewhere around there.
Now, see, I'm doing a very, very, very restricted direct lung with this. You can do a mouth to lung with it at that 2 millimeter pin. If you like it loose.
Yeah.
That's what I remember. Maybe a little bit looser than what I remember a cigarette being. It's been 4 years now. But I really like it.
Awesome, my friend.
I need to play with this because I want to swap out the pin in this. I want to make it exactly like a disposable. And I'm going to throw some 35 milligram e-liquid in there. And see if I can match it for flavor on that.
Food for thought, isn't it?
If you're a mouth to lung vapor, man, this is the shit. This is where it's going. I want to try that other mouthpiece.
Yeah, the long one. I don't know.
I know you weren't a fan, but
it's just the shape of it. It just looks odd. Just looks a very odd shape to me, but no, I mean, if it does the job.
so smooth. And it's gurgling perfectly through that juice flow opening.
Well, there you go. Humble pie.
And you can close it off. And that is legit. Complete airway lockdown. I love it.
It's
I really
okay,
do
yeah?
love it. I'm not a mouth-to-lung vapor, but this got all the check boxes ticked off.
I've had a few. I think I said I've got a few MTLs, but I think with some of them, when you freshly wicked and freshly coiled them, the flavour's there, but I think sometimes it just kind of trails off after a little. You know, after a couple of days usage, it trails off. You're not getting that like fresh flavour, and that's kind of like pulls off them a bit. You know, you can vape it a couple of days, the flavour trail. You open it up, there's fuck all wrong with the coil. The wicks are still saturated, but for some reason, the flavour itself just seems to trail off a bit, and I don't know why. I've never ever put my finger on it.
A lot of that has to do with the fact that when you get to mouth to lung, especially when you start playing with the actual opening on there, to have the variation to go from 0.8 millimeters of airflow opening to 2 millimeters means you really need to dial in your voltage to the appropriate amount for the airflow you have in there to keep your coil at the ideal operating temperature to vaporize your e-liquid. And you're right, the shorter drip tip does feel better in the lips.
Just because of the curvature, you know, because that one looks like it's just got a big blob stuck on the end of it, you know. Even if it was straight, it might be a bit better.
So I'm really going to have to play with this for a while. Play with the wattages in there, figure out the ideal wattage for each of those airflow openings in there. But man, to get the amazing flavor out of a mouth-to-lung tank, that really shocks me that they did it that good.
Yeah.
That build deck is perfect. Has just the amount of airway airflow on the sides of the coils between the sides of your deck. Perfectly placed coils. And I'm using 6 milligram in this.
I think you said that little groove they've got for your coil and what to go in, that sets the height of the coil anyway, so that's half the battle over. You know, it's setting your coil at the optimum height.
And it's the same thing that they did in the Bushido. There's that slot right there.
Yeah, I love that, yeah.
Ironically enough, Vic, when I was on his show on Sunday, he pulled up my review video from the Bushido.
Really? A blast from the past, eh?
Our DIY liquid that we did the last time, the coconut mojito, where they use peppermint instead of mint. It's more of a peppermint vape than it is like a mojito. It's the wrong mint.
Yeah.
This kind of reminds me of that candy cane liquid that I quit smoking with.
Oh, yeah.
What's missing is the chocolate note that I had in that.
Mm.
I found one bottle of it left.
Ah, yeah. One left.
0 milligram.
0 milligram.
This will last for eons because there's no oxidation going on.
There's no milligram in it, but at the front of the fucking big label on the front saying this product contains nicotine. Okay.
Listen, they all tried to comply with what they thought the federal government wanted, what they thought the regulators were going to be happy for. Dissuade teenage use and interest in the product.
Definitely.
So even when it was, you know, tobacco-free nicotine, 0 milligram, they still put a nicotine warning on it.
It kind of pisses you off a bit because there's nothing in it. It's what the end user adds to it. That's the thing. It's an end user choice. And yet they go, no, you're doing it how we do it. Cut off, man.
I never thought I would really enjoy a mouth-to-lung vape. All this time I've been spending with these frickin' disposables. I need to change the pin out on there and make it a little bit more restrictive. And I bet I can duplicate my experience with a disposable with this thing. That's going to be the real test. Can this taste as good as a disposable? If I put a disposable equivalent e-liquid in it, you know, something like this.
Therefore, it's something to toy with. Well, obviously,
Mrs. Hunky Vape, hello and welcome.
If you're going to do a review on it, you've got to do some testing. So obviously, you've got to test all the different airflow fittings it's got. So yeah.
Yeah. Thank you for the super sticker.
Ah. Hello, Mrs. H. How are you doing? Oh,
I'm here.
Bless her.
It's about time you notice I'm here. I got bored and decided to see if you were still alive. How's your How's your new nails? She went and got new nails done.
Well, you're surely going to find out later.
Yeah. Thank you, Hellvape. Very much appreciate the opportunity to review this on release date. I will continue working on this. As soon as your website is live with the specifications, I can start the editing process for this.
Awesome, my friend. Yeah, I'm glad it turned out to be a good one. Like I say, I'm not an MTL vapor, but it was interesting. Definitely.
And I'm not even going to dock you for having a very, very tight sleeve. I ripped it trying to get it open.
Oh dear, what are you like? Could be just because you're heavy-handed.
Yes, definitely true.
I'm the same, mate, honestly.
Check my snap. I don't know why my phone doesn't go off anymore for messages. It's just...
Yeah, the guapa stuff you don't want to see. Oh, very nice. Very, very custom.
She had
Very
butterflies
nice.
and bees on it last time.
Oh, well. It's a woman's prerogative thing, isn't it?
That it is. She enables me with this lovely studio. The least she can do for herself is to get her nails done.
Oh,
at least once a month.
Definitely.
Just bees, no butterflies. Check your Alzheimer's.
God love it.
All right,
Love it,
all right, all
love
right.
it.
Time for a very quick random recipe. See what we can come up with.
Ooh, yes.
All right, flavor stash. Check my flavor stash. I am 4 ingredients away from 600 flavors. What can I make? What can I make? One of the things I'm excited to be able to make, I ordered the remaining ingredients that I needed to have to make a Stephen L. recipe. He's not here today, but he's been here last couple weeks. And I came across one of his recipes and was so excited. I'm like, oh, I got to put that aside and make sure I get the remaining ingredients to mix up that e-liquid. So let's take a look at it today. See if she comes up here in my list of recipes that I can make. Little by little, whittling away to get the remaining most popular flavors. Be able to make a lot of these things I haven't been able to make before. Stephen L. made candy cane for an Advocate for Liberty show. Cool.
I've been
I'm
handed
going to have
a
to make
slice of
that.
Pizza.
Pizza.
I've been handed a slice of pizza. I don't know why. Yeah, here you go.
Mate, last night, my wife spoiled me.
Oh, again?
I got a fresh salad to start off with. She stopped on her way back from camp at Joe's Pizzeria to bring their fresh bread. Had olive oil, seasoned olive oil to dip it in as an appetizer.
Right.
Then she brought me a bowl of wedding soup.
Holy moly.
Followed by broccoli and white sauce pasta.
Oh.
With homemade bread rolls. For dinner last night. I am. And I couldn't finish it. So I certainly didn't get to enjoy the lemon pie she got for dessert.
Shit, hang on a minute. I'm going to book a flight to Pennsylvania here. Like, I'm coming over.
Oh, man. Banana pudding V2. He's got a V2 of the banana pudding. This wasn't the recipe I originally was trying to mix up, but we can mix this one. Kenny, what do you think? Banana pudding V2 or banana fingers and icing?
Oh, I like that. I like banana finger. Oh, yes. Yes, please. Oh, yes. Yep. You've nailed it there. That's for me, that. That looks awesome.
All right.
Shit.
I guess we'll stick with 10 mils enough to just try it.
Banana filling with ice.
We have flavorous sweetness in here, so there's already sweetener added.
I think sponge.
So I'm just gonna mix it as is.
Really? Oh, look at that, man. Oh my god, that looks so good.
Cake donuts. Banana nut bread cake donuts with icing.
Oh, yes.
Purellum banana.
Mullenberry's fucking sponge cake. Oh, Mullenberry do some good shit, like.
Mullenberry classic sponge cake.
Oh. That looks really, really nice. Wow.
Which is now SSA, classic sponge cake. Used to be Mullenberry. SSA clotted cream. Loran cream cheese icing.
Ooh.
Oh, yes. Yes. Yes.
Hell yes, man.
Soft banana Mullenberry.
Wow. Bless you.
Thank you. Soft banana, mullenberry, and flavorous sweetness.
Is that a sweetener as we know, like, or is it just a normal sweetener, yeah? Not just a normal sweetener, yeah? But just by a different brand.
Oh my God, is that delicious? Let me compare that to super sweet.
That's what I'm saying. I'm just wondering if it's a similar.
Way sweeter.
Sweeter? Oh.
Way sweeter, more sugar characteristic than super sweet. Super sweet, when you knuckle test it, has like this chemically kind of taste, and that might just be the off notes from the PG that they use to mix it or make it. Flavorous sweetness has more of that sugary mouthfeel.
And that's going in at what? That's going in at 0.25% as well. Ooh. Interesting.
All right. I'm so excited I'm dropping the bottle.
Oh my God. Calm down, calm down, calm down. It does look good. It really does look nice.
Mmm. God, that sugary sweetness in my mouth. Makes me want to put it in my coffee.
I thought you were just a straight black coffee man with no sugar or sweetener in.
Normally I just put my vanilla creamer in. That's it.
Vanilla creamer, ooh.
Okay. So we'll start off with our banana. Purellum's banana. 0.2 grams. So this is kind of like a combination of like a really ripe banana sitting on the counter and a candy banana from the smell. Oh, and it kind of represents that banana mouthfeel.
Or candy.
You know how when you eat a banana, you get like this sticky coating in your mouth, but it also dries it out a little bit?
That's right, yeah. Yeah, I love how you call it banana. We call it banana.
You like to accentuate everything.
Yeah, a banana. Not a banana, a banana.
A banana.
A banana.
Would you care for a banana to go with your tea and
yes,
crumpets?
A banana. Very
a little
English.
banana.
A banana. A banana.
Your wife likes to play with your little banana.
No, it's not a banana. When it comes to that department, it's a bloody marrow.
So we would all like to think of ours as such.
Yes.
Classic sponge cake. Since Mullenberry is no longer an entity, SSA bought them out, and a lot of their flavors are now being released under SSA.
True, yeah. Sponge
It doesn't
cake.
quite smell like a sponge cake. Not that a sponge cake has an awful lot of odor to it. It's kind of more like smell of the sponge cake batter when you first put it in the oven.
Mm.
And it starts to release its odors. That's kind of what this smells like. 0.15.
Nailed it.
Okay. Clotted cream.
Oh,
Definitely not
yes.
something that I want to taste.
Oh, you're kidding, aren't you? We have scones with jam and clotted cream on.
Oh,
the
you know
scone
what
with
this smells like? When I was growing up as a
Clotted
kid, my mom used to make palatcinta, which is crepes. She used to make this cottage cheese filling to go inside it. And it was basically cottage cheese and sugar and vanilla extract. That's what this smells like. That filling. And she would sometimes put raisins in it. I didn't care for raisins in mine. Oh. She would slather that on that crepe and then roll that crepe up. And it's in Hungarian, it's called palatcinta.
Yeah, but we put that shit on scones with jam, man. It's amazing.
Oh,
Honestly.
yeah.
This clotted cream one, it's fucking out of this world.
My wife and I are going to have to come visit you one day.
You're more than welcome, my friend.
Now, here we go. Another delicious flavor. As you can tell, I've been plowing through this for a while now.
You can tell when you use a one. You can tell when you like something because you can see the bottle's either very nearly empty or half full at least.
I'm surprised by how much this cream cheese icing smells like that clotted cream.
I suppose it's a similar scenario, isn't it? It's very similar.
But this smells like, not that royal icing has a very punchy odor or smell to it, but
yeah,
that's what it smells like. Like you beat up a batch of royal icing and get ready to pour it over top of a cake.
Yeah, man. Oh, you're talking my language here.
0.15 of this. One more.
Good enough. That is good enough.
Soft banana.
Plenty of banana going in.
This one has a little chemically smell to it. I do get the whiff of a candied banana. I'm not really noticing any soft banana. All right. 0.25.
Maybe just something to help to bring the other banana flavor out. You know, it might be more of an enhancer.
Oh, God, that smells good. Reminds me of that candy store visit.
With the creams that's in it, it might not be a shaky vapey though. It might need a little time.
This is going to be crazy. One drop. 0.03 is all it calls for.
Jesus.
I'm going to
Didn't
blow
even
on it,
register.
make sure it actually adjusts.
There you go. You lucky git. How the fuck did you get that? Oh, there, moved to 4. I was gonna see it.
PG 1.54.
On 2, 3, 4, 5. Good enough. Give it a shake.
$8.8.
Have you got your secret sauce in?
No, I did not. Bloody hell. I'm so excited about all these lovely smells that I'm like, oh, yeah, who needs Nick?
Secret sauce.
0.62.
Secret sauce. Hey, you're good, mate. You're good.
Come on. Close.
You're damn good. You're good.
One nipple, one cap, one beer.
Ah. Oh.
All right, Stephen. I hope there's a good recipe.
Did you know that I am going to see a friend of mine tomorrow and give him a vape device for him to quit smoking?
Awesome.
He went to the doctors. He's got an NHS kit. I'm keen to see what they actually give him. But he's at that stage where he wants to move on a bit. So I'm going to dig out. I've got some more bits of shite lying about. So I thought, I'll dig something out for him and see how he gets on.
I don't know who to direct the accolades to. Is it Vape-tasia for this pink lemonade? Or is it Hell Vape for this mouth-to-lung tank?
Hey, if they both work and they both deserve a shout. Yes, William, he got
William.
I don't know if it was a pod or a tank he got, because he says he's using Nick salts, so it could be the pod kit. I'll not know till I see it, but I will update you. I'll let you know what's going on. But he was prescribed it from his doctor, an NHS. It's an NHS kit. I think he said, what was the make of it? I can't remember off the top of my head, but I will find out and I'll let you know. I'll take my phone and I'll take a couple of pictures of the device, and obviously we'll show them next week, see what they were. He's definitely getting an NHS kit. It was definitely an NHS NHS kit. A pod device. It could be a pod device. Well, I'll find out tomorrow. When I pop down to see him.
I am really excited to try this out. Right off the shake, let's see how good it is.
Oh, it sounds nice, man. It really does sound nice. Just that. I'm not really a fan of donuts on their own, but if they've got icing and stuff on, oh my God, I love them.
Well, see, they have a classic sponge cake in there. So it's not necessarily going to truly represent a donut. He was going for banana fingers. And for us, banana fingers are a very light cake, like a sponge cake.
It is a cake, isn't it? I've heard other types of fingered cake. You can get different flavors. So I have heard of them. But sometimes we get the sponge fingers and we chuck them in a trifle with the jelly. You mix your jelly and you hide the sponge fingers in the bottom.
I want to make sure that's all well blended in there. because I want to knuckle test this first, and then
I will find out. I'll let you know next week, William. I'll take some pictures, see what they've given. I'm sure he said it was a branded name. I could have swore he said it was a branded name, so I will find out. I'll take a few pickies and we'll get them up next week and show you what the NHS in England are giving out.
Yeah, 65 is way too much. Let's go down to 35. What are we reading? 0.43.
4.3. Ooh. What you
Drop
put it in?
1.5.
The drop. Ooh. You like that, or do you? Don't you, the old drop? You do like that, or do you?
The only problem is, first off, it's going to need to steep 24 hours to get the actual full flavor profile of it. Second off, when I clean and dry burn these, the mass of the coil is just so much that you get this off note for like, when you're using a dripper, 3 or 4 complete soaking it and vaping it, soaking it and vaping it, before you actually get the true profile of that.
With the creams in, I wouldn't have thought of being a vape and shake. I thought, it would need a little time.
Well, the clotted cream, I don't know. I haven't had any real experience with that one yet. The cream cheese icing is pretty accurate. It does get stronger after a couple days, but you can at least recognize it. Because it's more of like a royal icing than it is a, cream cheese. But so far, that's not a bad recipe at all. It can only get better from here. Legit. I mean, it's a pleasant banana experience, but the banana's kind of lackluster at this point. And the clotted cream can't show its full potential on the shake. I know that. Yeah. But you got the banana balanced with the rest of the ingredients.
So would you say off that test, would you say it's a candy banana or is it an actual banana, shall we say?
It's like a banana bread, minus the nuts.
I'm with you. And that'd be ages banana bread. Jesus.
And I really like that flavorous sweetness in there. Just 0.25% is just enough to give it a hint of sweetness. In a commercial juice, I'm sure that would at least be double or triple what it is now.
Yeah.
But for a DIY recipe where you're trying to get the nuances of the flavors in there, Stephen L., man, you did an awesome job on this.
That's going to be a belter once it seeps a bit, like.
Yes, I really think it is. I really think it is. Suggested steep time he has is 3 days.
That'll be with the creams. Gotta be.
9.25% flavoring in this.
You've got the cream cheese and you've got the clotted cream. The creams that's going to take.
I'm so excited for this too because this is using a lot of the flavorings that I've really wanted to try for a long time, but this is my first experience with them.
There you go. Everyone's a winner.
Yeah, Mallory, I find that as well. You can wait 14 days for a lot of the creams. But some of them, legit, I've waited 2 months before it gets to the point where it is fully balanced in the recipe. They only get better with time. But from a shake, this is good.
See, that's my little Achilles heel with mixing as steep times. I haven't got the patience. I'm terrible for it.
I am too, but like you said and pointed out numerous times now, when you get something that you're like, especially for me, after 2 weeks, I just throw it in a box. I'm like, we're so far past that now. I'll taste it and test it. If it's not superb, I just throw it in a box. And how many times do you come back to something 2 months or 6 months later and go, holy shit, is that really good?
There's a classic example. I've had that since episode 2, and now it's awesome. It's even better than it was when I got it. You've nailed that black currant, I'll give you that. You've nailed it. Oh, it's superb.
I'm going to have to remember to throw a label on this after the show, but delicious.
Banana fingers nice, and that's, oh, it just sounds nice.
Fuck. Yep.
Stephen Ells.
Thank you, sir.
Man.
Very much appreciate that recipe.
That picture of them, oh, they look gorgeous. I'm like, oh, my mouth is watering.
Yeah, and next week we're going to mix up Wayne's random strawberry milkshake.
Oh, that'd be interesting.
I should mix some of that up after the show and just let it sit. Because you know it's going to take a while with milkshake and dairy and cheesecake. And
Oh, yes. Sweet strawberry, super sweet. Shisha vanilla. Shisha strawberries by Capella.
yeah, the shisha strawberry and the shisha vanilla is a tobacco strawberry and tobacco vanilla.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Because that's what shisha is. It's a tobacco for smoking out of one of them hose drawn, I forget what they're called.
Yes, I know what you mean.
What a fantastic show. I truly loved it.
I'm glad you like that one, man.
We all learned something. We all had a lot of fun. A lot of very good dad jokes this week. Kenny was busting a nut.
Them kids things are brilliant, honestly.
Yeah, because kids will tell you exactly the way it is. They don't care. They have no inhibitions to worry about.
It's just pure truth, isn't it? It's just truth, you know. That shit, that crap. Honestly, love it.
What do you wish your mother would do less of? Drink wine. My mom's an alky.
That was quality, that. Like, they were brilliant. Love that stuff. Absolutely love it.
And I love this dead rabbit mouth to lung too.
Really
paired
good.
up with this Vape Tasia pink lemonade. Beautiful combination.
I look forward to the review, mate. Very interesting, that one. Even though I'm not an MTL man, but you know.
Neither am I, and it's gonna take a little bit longer than normal because of all those individual pins to try them all out and truly experience what that's like. And my goal is going to be the last one that I'm going to end up with in there for the final thought section is going to be one that equates to the restriction you get in a disposable.
I wonder if one of them does actually replicate that. That'd be really interesting to find out.
Because my train of thought is, if you're buying these all the frickin' time, do yourself a favor and buy a rebuildable that will give you an equal experience to that. Put a commercial juice in there, you never need to buy another disposable again.
Yeah.
On a mouth-to-lung tank like this, an 18650 battery will last you days.
Oh, hell yeah. Without a doubt.
20 watts, 18650 battery, you might get a week out of it.
Definitely.
And I love that fingerprint sensor on the OBS Cube.
That's what I'm going to explain to my friend tomorrow, because at the minute he's on 50/50 Nick salts in his NHS device. Obviously, when he moves to a tank, I says 50/50 will work, but you want a 70/30 because sometimes 50/50 in a tank's a bit.
In the summertime, especially, too thin.
Yeah, it's too thin. And
Prone to
you've
leaking.
gotta- if you've got a bottom airflow, it'll just fucking piss out. So, but I've got a boot full of juices there anyway that I got off that guy. So I've told him to get.
That's something I should try in here too.
Yeah.
Try a very thin helix.
Mix a 50-50. But, he's moving on from that. And I said, well, I've got some 70-30 juice. He likes his menthol flavour. So I said, well, most of these juices I have got menthol in them, but they've just got obviously a flavour, fruit, whatever, But he's just got I said, if you like your Nick salts, you can buy Nick, straight Nick and salt form. You don't have to have base. So it's entirely up to him how he wants to go. But, I'm going to get him in there and get him sorted and get him hooked, hopefully.
I have never, in my 4 years of vaping, had a mouth-to-lung tank this good.
Let's have a couple. I didn't mind this fella. What's it? Zelos kit. That was all right today. That was okay. The Zelos kit with the little Udar tank on it. It was okay. If it wasn't, it's all technology, isn't it?
Yeah, but the new mesh coils they have for the Zelos kit.
Out of this world.
What has more flavor? They're damn close.
They're close. Still that close, really. Wow.
This has more airflow than this does.
The Zelos is still a good kit, though, at the end of the day.
Damn, that's so close.
So I was thinking, for convenience, I've been buying the likes of these for work. And I was thinking, for God's sake, can you revere me? You've got tanks and mods and heck knows what lying all over. Surely there must be something used for work. And the Zelos was what I was thinking of just taking for work.
This is a 0.42. This is a 0.78. I was going to turn the wattage up on this, but doing the math in my head, this is already pushing more amperage than this is.
Yeah.
And that makes sense because this is a cooler vape. I figured it was because I just picked the thing up and I've been vaping on this one for a little while.
I found the battery in me.
That is
Zelos
delicious.
lasts for days. That's for days.
We are spoiled for choice, mate. We really are. The technology's advanced so far now, anybody can get into a rebuildable and get rid of their disposables.
You know what I'm thinking of purchasing next, just to try it for the hell of it? Burrow kit.
Yeah?
I've never ever had one.
I don't know. We need to ask the audience. Are the Burrow kits as good as your stock coil and your rebuildable coil tanks?
There's a lot of hype around them. I mean, they're all rebuildable, so, why not?
People wouldn't stick with them. Yeah, Burrows are a rabbit hole. I think I'm going to stay in my lane with these flavors.
It's just I can't really judge them if I haven't tried them, you know what I mean? I can't see the bad, I can't see the good, you know what I mean? So I would just like to try one for the hell of it. See what they're like. You know what I mean?
And then what happens when you fall in love with them? And you fall down deep into the burrow rabbit hole.
Oh,
like I did with flavors.
Yeah. It's another chapter, isn't it? It's another chapter in your vaping journey, isn't it? You know, so. But I do. I still like me director lungs. I think I'll always be, that'll be my priority vape. But you know, I'm open to other stuff. You know, technology's moving on, and we've got to adapt with it, haven't we? You know what I mean? At the end of the day.
I can't put this down.
Holy shit! I can't put this fucking blackcurrant is amazing. This soda is awesome. I know it's took one hell of a fucking time to get it to steep, but I can really get a good pull on it and not cough me tits off anymore. I don't know what it was that was doing that. What it was, it felt like it was too much nick. You know, when you get that nick hit, that's what it felt like. It was like, oh God, very tickly on the throat.
Throaty.
Now it's not. But now it's not. And it's proper blackcurrant. Oh, it's
what
awesome.
I could have done that I did not do when I made that recipe is throw a little smooth in there. Triacetylcholine. It takes the edge off some of the harsher flavors. Blackcurrant is one of those ones that can get really throaty. It dries out your throat a little bit and it's punchy. I could put a little smooth in there, even just 0.25% of this to round out those flavors earlier.
It is really, honestly, it is a blackcurrant as well. It's not like the other shit you get where you've got blackcurrant with menthol. This is proper blackcurrant. I'm really impressed. I'm good it's had to sit that long, but my God, it's nice.
I'm excited because I've placed a flavor order. Remember how I said I'm running out of the orange and out of the pineapple?
That's right.
And I sent an email to them and said, hey, man, I could use some of this. And they're all in lockdown, sent, border forces confiscating even their bottles, right?
That's
and
right,
the Flavor Association is now limited and says you're not allowed to sell any of this flavoring unless it's going to something that's definitely not a vape. Well, I got my hands on, there's still a store in Canada that sells Vape Train flavors. Matter of fact, Rumor Mills has it that Vape Train is now going to be released under Impact flavors. So I ordered some Sugarloaf pineapple and some orange tang. So I'm curious to see how close that is to Darren's orange and pineapple flavors. Because I asked him, is there anything I can use that's even close to what your orange or your pineapple is? And he's like, nope, nothing.
Well, there won't be.
Well, there won't be if Vape Train's closed, which, they essentially are.
Yeah.
But if it's similar to Orange Tang from Vape Train, which is now Impact flavors, well, we're going to find out soon enough. My package is on its way from Canada, Alberta, Canada, and I think it was... I don't even remember what the name of the flavor house was. E-Liquid Flavors or something? I don't know. Austin Mitchell, hello and welcome to the stream.
It's just a shame he can't get his stuff out because honestly, it is fucking amazing.
Oh, it's fantastic.
His stuff is awesome.
And it's so easy to mix with because everything's relatively the same percentage. Everything averages about 5%, give or take 1% for your ideal mixing.
But even if you use it as a single flavor, it's bang on, you know what I mean? It's
How do you think I was able to nail the cherry bakewell recipe so easily?
Yeah.
I know that they're roughly the same percentages, and I know based on watching the video what was the dominant flavor, what's secondary, and what's tertiary. And then what's like a top note and a finish note.
Yeah.
So picking the flavorings to mix that recipe was easy peasy. It was 5, 4, 3, 2, or 4, 3, 2, 1. Done.
It was a fantastic flavor. Only thing, if you could have nailed, was that glazed cherry flavor, because that's the little bit on the end. There's that, because you get a glazed cherry on the top. And if you could nail that one in, it would have been amazing.
That's what it needs.
Yes. That would have put that little bit of glazed cherry in the top on the end.
A little 0.5% of maraschino cherry.
Yes. That would
to
have
give you
nailed it.
that glazed cherry top note.
Yeah, that would have nailed it. Because you got the right. I say, see, whether they say it's a cherry, it's like
Almond
a
in the marzipan
type flavor. Oh man, you nailed that. But it needed that little bit of sweetness on the top. You know what I mean? And the cherry. If you got that, well, that would be the cherry on the cake, shall we say?
And I could have swapped out super sweet for flavorous sweetness. It's a different sweetness. This is more of that sugar glazy kind of sweetness.
That would work. You'll have to revisit that, mate. You'll have to revisit it. Definitely have to revisit that. 'Cause I'll tell you that if you got that in, I'll buy it off you by the gallon. You'd be fucking mixing it all day for me. I'm telling you. It was superb.
I'm telling you, if I would have gotten into vaping 10 years earlier, I would have been one of the schmucks getting rejected by the FDA, but I wouldn't have let that stop me. I would be selling my shit in Europe. Hand over fist.
Oh, you can do that all day. You can do that all day. Easy. Because at the end of the day, there is loopholes. You can just say, well, it's not e-liquid, it's fog machine juice. Boom, gone, done. Be none the wiser. Because
yeah, but I could easily register for the EU for TPD. All they have is a list of things you're prohibited from doing. After that, it's essentially filling in a form in case something gets recalled.
But you could also make it like a commercial. Don't put any fucking secret sauce in. Let the end user put it in. Even better.
What box mod is your favorite? Favorite for what?
God.
Depends. Like my most indestructible. Ironically, the Arc Fox.
The Arc Fox is mint. I like obviously the Aegis Legend range. They're good.
This is pretty damn close to the Aegis Legend. The only thing that's different is the Aegis Legend has your screen on the end versus this is on the side.
If you go a bit more higher end, I'll obviously like me SX Mini stuff. Obviously, me SX stuff. I've got the, what do you call it, G10. Where the fuck is it? I don't know where he is. Gone.
If you're looking for appearances, the Ultrona Gaia, because it's a stabwood mod and has the clearest display I've ever seen in my life, and it's stabilized wood, that's high-end look. But it doesn't have like temp control.
For Lost Vape, I still like my old school mod, which is still going, is the Paranormal 250C. What a cracking mod that is. Anything
this
by Lost Vape is
Centaurus,
pretty
I am
good.
so
The
glad I bought
Centaurus.
this.
But that
Because it's
Paranormal
got a dial on the
250C is
front for
brilliant.
you to adjust your wattage. None of the other mods I have has that capability. There was the one that had the wireless charging by Vape Mons. That had a dial on there you could adjust the wattage, but it wouldn't
What does
lock.
this guy
So that
know?
was like an Achilles heel
Really?
for that. Single 21700, the Jackaroo. This thing's like a brick, like an old Motorola cell phone. Legit is a brick. Single battery. Works great.
But I like this guy as well. The Dogpaw MVV. Absolutely awesome bit of kit. Really love this guy. And the cheapest chips now, because they've got the potentiometer thing on the side.
Cloud Chucker, thank you.
Thank you, Cloud Sugar. How do you? Very good, sir. I like this guy here. This is a good box mod. But you know, it depends what you vape. I mean, if you want a mechanical mod, you've got the Mech Pro by the Geek Vape in it. And shakes, I've got the wrong glasses on. Put the right glasses on.
Thank you, sir. Very much appreciate your super chat. Most comfortable hand feel. Is this Smock Mod?
I mean, if you want a basic mechanical mod, the one I would recommend just for a mech, in case any of your regular mods go, is the mech by this Geek Vape. This is just a workhorse. It keeps going and going and going and going. It's very simple inside, you know. It's a dual battery, dual 18650. You know, you just chuck your batteries in there and away you go. Simple mech mod, ideal backup device. Absolutely brilliant. This is exactly what it says on the tin. Simple and cheap. The cheapest chips now as well. I mean,
and then you've got 3 battery if you want to go retro. 3 battery box mods.
Yep.
The Wismec Rouleau was my favorite. My wife and I both used that originally.
Remember the Cricket?
But this Evolve VT 250.
Can you remember the Cricket by Wismec? That was that was mental. That Jesus, that was crazy. That one.
We're spoiled for choice. There's so many different options. Here you got a Dovepo. You want a cheaper scale? See-through dual battery box mod. See-through plastic. Dovepo MVP. They also made a variable voltage one, MVV. What else? We've really had so many different ones.
Watofo
It also
Miura.
depends on what you do.
This is the little workhorse. The
Madura.
Watofo one. This is Madura. You know, this one's all IPV, rubbered and waterproof and dustproof and all that. You know, little workhorse if you're out and about. You know, there's loads out there. It is difficult to nail a favourite, but I do like the G classes. I do admit I've got the G10. I do like the G classes, probably a little bit higher end, and
Those are
I do like
expensive.
some of the Lost, and I do like the Lost Vape mods as well. But I also, as Alex knows, go sometimes extreme, and I go and buy something like a Hammer of God 400. You know what I mean? So, you know,
The closest thing I have to that is the Steam Crave Titan. There's a video on my channel about that, the Apocalypse purchase. And that was because it came with a dual series mesh for that.
That's right, the deck. You got the deck. Yeah, I mean, if you like squonking, you had the Titan, the Hadron, the big Hadron, and that had a hole in the back where you could put a squonk adapter on. You can use it as a squonk mod, so you had the best of both worlds. I mean, it depends what you vape and how you vape and stuff like that, but the daily use, you know, Legends, Endura, Centaurus, you know, the run-of-the-mill stuff.
There's a squonk mod you did not like because your squonk bottle kept falling off. You couldn't put a 510 pin on here that was too long, or the squonk bottle would not lock in.
Yeah. But the classic squonker is obviously the, you know, this guy, which we know just took the squonk.
The top side.
The top side just destroyed the
You can't
squonk
find
bottle,
those
didn't
anymore
it?
anywhere.
Really?
Yeah.
But they've done the top side, but they've done a top side carbon, which had an SX Then you're chipping it, didn't it? Yee chipping it, didn't it?
Spoiled for choice, we are.
If you go to online shopping, it depends which part of the world you're in. The US, they can get stuff that the UK can't get. The UK, we can get stuff that the US can't get. It depends what part
You
of
want
the
the
world you're in.
simple Smock Mag 18. It's not like the Mag P3. The Mag P3 has a touchscreen and has temperature control and a bunch of other things. This one only had wattage, but it's got the nice pistol grip. Still available. Mag 18.
There you go. Austin's looking for somewhere you can do some online shopping, and he's based in Florida. There must be tons of shops out there in America for online shopping for mods.
Oh, in Florida, you still have plenty of choices available. Plus, you know, there's still places that'll ship to you. Element, a lot of these bigger companies are still shipping there.
Internet shopping's trial and error. You know, you'll try this company, you'll try that company, and whoever gives you the best delivery or service, whatever. It's a minefield, to be honest with you.
And sometimes you got to take a chance and spend it on a smaller shop that is less well known, but because they're less well known, they're willing to take greater risks and legit throw it in the mail and mail it to you. Black markets everywhere.
I doubt. It's just a bit of a minefield. You know, you'll have your regular top branded sites and all that, but you know, obviously with the restrictions you've got in the US, the shipping is a bit of a problem, isn't it?
Yeah, but you get certain websites like eJuice Deals doesn't care. They're going to sell it until the FDA slaps them with a fine and says, "Oh, you're not supposed to do that." And then they'll go by the wayside like some of the other shops that have done over time.
Where they are at, they don't sell high wattage ones. What kind of wattage do you want? I mean, most box mods will do 200 watts, which is more than enough, isn't it?
Yeah, but a lot of the vape shops, like even I experienced this when I went to Ohio, a lot of them are basically just carrying, you know, pod mod type stuff. They're not carrying full-size box mods anymore. Especially the shops that are now mostly head shops. They don't carry a lot of
get that because
full-size
they're the more
modern
popular.
tanks.
They're the more popular things on the pods, the disposables. That's what they're cashing in on, aren't they?
Yeah.
Which is
less risk, less investment, greater return on investment in the long run. Less likely to be stuck with things.
You could shop abroad, but your shipping may cost and take a while to get here. But
Mallory's right. Health cabin still.
Yeah.
You can order from China.
Health cabin. Yeah. I think most of them will ship to you, but it might take a little while to get to you. That's the thing.
That's the hardest part to get used to. You know, guaranteeing that you have a good setup that'll last you, and then looking for alternatives and backups and stuff like that. You have to order it and be willing to wait a month to get it sometimes.
I've seen that they're selling mostly disposables or cannabis where he belongs in his part of the world.
Yeah. A lot of the shops that I've recently visited for the first time in Ohio are the same way. But
it might be easier for you to order, like you say, out of the US, maybe from America, or maybe it's UK, whatever, you know. UK
or even UK, yeah.
Over the US. UK still ship the US. Definitely.
Man, it's delicious. I never thought I'd see the day that Hell Vape would get this good. This is the third time I've reviewed something of theirs that's, you know, new and improved and is truly new and truly improved over the last one.
The kind of stroke of the mouth. Investing.
That's because technology keeps marching on. They don't care. They're going to keep investing in it. They're going to keep trying to improve their stuff and make it as good as possible.
Oh, excuse me. Oof, that was from the belly, that one.
Well, sir, this is going to end up being a 6-hour stream.
No way.
Smock Morph 2. Yeah?
Yeah, they're alright, mod, them. Smock mods.
That's alright.
They've come on in leaps and bounds.
Smock had a lot of Walmart brand mods and tanks. Especially when they did their 10th anniversary. You could legit pick up a mod for like $25.
The mods themselves, most of Smock's mods were okay. They were pretty, they did last a while. I mean, I've still got the old gun type one, the mag. I've got the original mag. And it's still working. It still works to this day. The original mag, it looked like a pistol grip on a gun. No. Yeah, I'm talking, damn, that's new. Wait, you just wait. That's new. How?
The coils, forget about it, man. Half the time it would piss all over your mod. But that's where they got the name mag. It looks like a magazine, like a pistol magazine. This is the Mag 225. Had temperature control. $166 in a vape shop. Yeah, I could see that. That's why people bought stuff online. You could pick it up for 70 or 80 bucks. Is that delicious? Let's see, what other ones do we have here? Squonk bots. Let's see. Vandy Vape made some squonk mods. What else we got? Single battery. Lost Vape. Cyborg. Single battery. Oxva has their single battery. And then here we go, the Scar 18. That was a nice little smock thing that they had for their anniversary edition. I think this was selling for like 30 or 40 bucks for their 10th anniversary. Now when you try and buy it, it's like 60 bucks. That's if you get it online. Oh, I know something I wanted to do today. Didn't get a chance to. I found some of the original e-liquid I bought when I tried to quit smoking. Ram Premium e-liquid. This is a 3 milligram bottle of Dragon's Milk. Almond vanilla milk. I thought, oh man, I love drinking almond milk. I bet I would love vaping it. No. Found 2 bottles of that.
Sorry about that. I had to go upstairs and get out me depths. They are. That's the original. The very first one that ever came out.
Flip it over
Absolutely
on the
awesome.
back. What's the back say?
There you go. Same one, isn't it?
The same one.
Yeah. But I got the kit. That's the original tank as well. I don't know what that is, but it's the tank's well past. It's knackered now, but
This was available in a right hand and a left hand version, so that the screen was on the opposite side. This is a right hand version, so the screen was visible when you used it. And you got
Mine's
a lefty.
a lefty. There you go.
That's the only difference. Has a magnet cartridge for the batteries.
Oh yeah, you press the button, you go up and there it goes. There you go, it drops out. This thing still fucking works.
Yeah.
And that's how
This
I
is
mean, God,
this is
that was
fugly, but it works.
But it was economically, it was really comfortable in the hand as well, wasn't it? You just wrap around it.
That's why I love the
Really
P3. They got rid of the sled, but they did give you...
yeah.
And it was just a little button on the bottom that you flipped and it would open up.
I don't think it kind of beat the sled because it was just like, it was like that pistol, right. Like reload, you know what I mean? Reload, the pistol grip in, reload, bang, ready to go. Yeah, that guy. That still drafts well. I'm surprised. I mean, the mods were good. It was just and the tanks were all right. A lot of them were prone to leaking, but the coils were woeful in the early days. The coils just didn't last. They were awful. But again, look at them now. Especially a lot of the other companies, because when you remember, like Paranormal, the Lost Vape stuff, and the Yeehee stuff were the two forefronts for temp control. If you went to that, they nailed temp control, and all the other companies were weird. Now these other companies are there with the top brands. They've all nailed the temp control. If it's something you're into, they've just moved on in leaps and bounds. Well, and not a lot of time. The technologies move so fast, and they've caught up with some of. I say they're not high end, the more expensive brands, shall we say.
Evolve with DNA was the first one to truly nail temp control.
Yeah,
and they maintained that edge for the longest time. But honestly, Smok caught up to them. Not quite as perfect, but good enough that you couldn't tell the difference between them unless you really hooked it up to an oscilloscope.
Yep, a lot of companies did catch up really quick with that. But I mean, I've never really used temp control. I've tried it, but I never really stuck to it. Never really stuck to it. It was great.
I got into it to learn it well enough to understand how it works, and I could, like, there was a couple particular situations, especially with the rebuildable tanks that they sold for the Smok tank, where if you pushed it in wattage mode, you would end up getting a burnt cotton taste to your thing. But you could set temperature control with stainless steel coils to push it at its peak limit so you would never burn the cotton. And then you could get a rebuildable out of a stock tank setup. And it worked fantastic.
Right. Especially like you say, like with rebuildables, you would never ever get a dry hit because obviously both the temp control would kick in and bang. You would never ever get it. That was the good thing about it. But sometimes some of the settings you could do, curves and all that, it just got a bit too advanced and a bit too fickety, you know what I mean? You didn't want to do that. You just wanted to set it, blah, 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 go and stop it, burning out. But, it's a thing. But I think they've adapted temp control now into more modern tanks, modern mods now, where they kind of do that anyway. If it gets too hot, it'll just cut out.
They have disposables that have temp control built into it, and you don't even know it.
Yeah, exactly.
That's how they maintain that perfect flavor balance the whole way through, because that's what they're using to regulate your coil.
That's what I'm saying. It's kind of built in now rather than you having to do it manually type of thing. Which is it's a good thing. Technology moving on as it does.
Well, that's just like how these disposables now calculate when your e-liquid's going to be gone. They know exactly how much you're using for every single puff that you take out of it. And they can calculate it based on this one's 1.5 seconds. This one's a 1.8 second puff. This was a half a second puff. And it just slowly calculates that up until it says, okay, you know what? You should be 0 now.
Yeah. And and the thing is, you don't get a dry hit off them. They just die on you. They just don't work.
You just don't produce hardly any vapor anymore.
Yeah, they just stop working.
It's still working. You still get full flavor out of it. but there's no e-liquid left, so it doesn't run the coil as hot as it would have when it was brand new.
Yeah.
Amazing. And they're putting that in a freaking $20 disposable.
Exactly.
You used to pay $150 to get that same temp control in here, and it wasn't programmed. You had to finesse it to be exactly what you wanted.
Yes, you had to do it yourself. Some seem they've got that like, technology in a disposable. Where's it going to go on with regarding your average box mod? That it's clever stuff.
Yeah, disposables are too sweet, and there's too much cooling in it. But I found out when I went on the cruise, I didn't want to have to go to the smoking section every time I wanted a little bit of a nick hit. So wearing this around my neck, I could take a drag. Nobody would ever even know about it.
That's what they are. The discreet under, that's a good thing with the discreet. They don't produce a lot of vape. Some do, some don't, but. And this one's not bad. This is.
Hell Vape nailed it on this. And that little bubble, the little tiniest bubble is coming out of the bottom of that juice flow control.
Yeah, that's let you know it's working well, matey. Working like a dream.
I'm going to love this, man. I can go down and get on the PlayStation, and this will carry me through the rest of the day. Easy.
Good, man. Good stuff.
Now that I've got all these e-liquid flavors, I need to sit down and actually single flavor test them all. So I think I need to start doing some live streams where I do like all bananas or all blue raspberries and work my way through all these flavorings.
That's going to be a lot of videos. Oh, is it not? Well, it's content at the end of the day, isn't it?
Yeah, because with me recording everything and keeping the recordings, I could legit take the time after I get done recording a session once a week to go through and cut that down to just the parts that you guys need to know about or could gain useful knowledge out of without having to watch a 5-hour stream of me single flavor testing things.
Hey, they're putting up with 5 hours of us as it is, mate. You know what I mean?
6 today. We're 6 minutes away from 6 hours stream.
Holy shit. That's got to be one of our longest yet, really. Jesus.
Thanksgiving was the last time we did 6 hours.
Yeah, that's right, wasn't it? 6 hours. Fuck me. That's a quarter of a day. Holy shit. How many channels do that, boys and girls? Not a lot.
Not too many. Not too many.
Not a lot.
We could easily cut it back down to, like 3 hour stream or something. I could legit. I think Nick has been one getting on a regular basis on Twitch and doing a build session on Tuesdays. About 3 hours into our stream, we could literally hand it over to him. But you and I do this once a week. This is like our time at the pub. We just sit down and chill and have conversation about whatever topic comes to mind.
Yeah, you just hang out and, it's... majority vape size, we do tangent off now and then and do other shit, but, that's part and parcel, you know what I mean? You just chill out and hang out. Keep it relaxed.
Yeah, I had fun, and I really like this new bookmark system that Twitter has going on, X has going on, where you see something I can, throw a bookmark on it and say, I want to get to this later. I don't want to watch this video right now. Throw it in the bookmark for later. And I'm like, I want to definitely bring this up on the show. So I put it in the bookmark for the shows. And it's like, this is cool. Once a week, we'll do our Twitter list. Clear a bunch of stuff off the list.
What can you say? Absolutely awesome, mate. We're nailing it now. We're getting there. We're getting past all the glitches and technical hitches, and even though we're still getting
we got it all working flawlessly now.
It's
streaming
really
on 4 platforms
really
simultaneously. No middleman. Straight from our camera to you and your phone or TV or whatever you're watching this on, tablet.
The only downside is, folks, he's making me spend money on upgrading my shit. That's the thing. That's the only downside of it.
Yeah, but your audio is crystal clear. And you're happy because you don't have a microphone in your face like I do.
Definitely a good buy. That I am reaping the rewards of it. Definitely,
you are reaping the rewards off of that. Plus your Wave XLR audio input, plus the live processing.
It's awesome, absolutely. I think that's why you've kind of had in your head think, oh, he's got the old mic. We'll have to process it. And then when I've switched over, you're thinking, shit, I don't need to do this anymore.
No, you took the load off of my computer and put it on yours.
Definitely. Oh, I'm buzzing over it, definitely. I mean,
we don't have to pay for StreamYard. We don't have to pay for Zoom. Everything is all open source and working flawlessly.
Don't know why it hasn't really kicked off over here on this side of the pond, on this side of the pond.
How many people have
Everybody's still using Zoom and that over all the like my top reviewers over here all still using Zoom on the live streams, and I'm thinking, what's the matter with you people?
Yeah, and they're all 720p. Why are you gonna have a 4K camera if you're gonna put out 720p? Exactly. At least we're 1080p 30. I could do 60, but there's real no difference.
You're getting better quality, you know what I mean?
We're not playing football here.
Exactly, my friend. Yeah, I think when you look at some of our older stuff and the way everything's advanced, you know, picture quality's advanced, sound quality's advanced, you know, it's moving on nicely, I think. Absolutely brilliant. And I'm loving it. Absolutely loving it. I'm not even know that mic is probably where my fingertips now. I don't even have to sit close to it. And it's picking us up, no problem at all. I'm laid back here. I'm about 2 feet away from everything. I'm just sitting back here out of the way. I don't have to do nothing. And life's easier. Awesome, man. Loving it. Absolutely loving it.
Technology.
Hey. The only downside that I keep forgetting is when I do review and I do the table cam, I'm moving out the way of me mic. My last review, the audio was fucking shite. Because I was moving out the way. I was down the chair, wasn't adjusting the microphone to pick us up. I've just left it there, and my audio was crap. So I need to remember to move the mic when I do me table stuff.
That's why I have two microphones. It automatically switches to the camera that it's facing. That way, when I turn to the right, I don't need to move this. There's already one there, and it just automatically switches.
I'm not buying another microphone. You can piss off. Fuck that.
I know what I'm gonna do.
Hey, God.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. You still got it, Dad. You still got it. Oh, yeah. You swap more over. I'm the host with your most.
Yes, you are.
You look very weird in the telly. It just looks odd. It just does. Doesn't look right. There's something wrong here. It doesn't look right.
Listen, you know, we could change that.
Here we go.
You get really complicated.
Oh no!
How
What's
you
he
want
gonna
it?
do now? Where's he gonna put? Oh, Jesus! Hello down there.
How you doing, mate?
You're supposed to look up. You know, we're doing the Brady Bunch. You know, the Brady Bunch scene. Hello down there.
Hey, how you doing up there?
Oh my God.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, peace, love, and a hunky vape is my wish to all of you. I hope you guys all have a fantastic weekend. Back same time, same place next week. Have a fantastic week.
And thank you, boys and girls, for joining us in chat. Absolutely make the show. We love having you all here. Thanks to the people that donate with the super chat. Much appreciated. You know, Alex does invest it all back into the show, as always, you know. And thank you for the hand checks you all guys put up. Again, as always, you can catch Alex on loads of platforms, Discord, Facebook, you name it, he's there. There's anything you want to ask or post, whatever, you get them up there, especially your hand checks. And as always, it's a big thank you, Alex, for still putting up with me. I don't know how we've went this far. I really do not how he puts up with me, but never mind. And as always, we shall see you same time, same place next week. Until then, you all stay safe, vape safe. We'll look forward to seeing you next week. Bye-bye now.
Bye-bye now.
Thanks for listening. We'll be back next week again for a fresh round.